Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
I hope I open your eyes to the dimension of life. Life as a holistic life of your soul, which is part of the structure of the universe, not life as part of the physicality, which is part of the structure of this planet. And then we understand what the next step be if we are not prejudiced, if we are not misguided, if we are not narrow-minded, just to keep to understand what is here and leave the rest to my soul when I'm gone, then you find out you have a lot to learn to get to that point. I hope, as usual, I open another door, a crack in the wall, that it brings down all the misguided understanding of the past, and you become to enlighten yourself. If you listen, which is beautiful every time I hear it, to the disclaimer of every teaching, embedded in it, in the word of it, in the ethos of it, it keeps on telling you, this is individual cases. It's your job to investigate independently, to peer review if what they did suits me, if it's correct to me. It's not just for your illness, it's for the illness of your mind, your understanding of your own world of creation. And then you understand, even each intro gives you what I call independently, you decide. Does this fit me? Do I understand it? Where I missed? And does it go according to my intelligence? This is why we never have a peer review, because in the word of the disclaimer, it's your job to investigate to your understanding, and it befits you.
And welcome each and all to the KAKT American Knowledge Team for September 29th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark, along with Alex, and along with each and every one of the other knowledge seekers who are here, guests, even those who are here perhaps in the dimension we can't see them, but yet they're observing they're with us. They're encouraging us in so many ways. And of course, we're finding out more about our own creator, our own soul. And of course, then we have the larger creator. But before we move into the workshop and the videos we have selected to share today, I thought, as usual, we'll just reconfirm our commitment to peace. Peace within ourselves, peace within our environment, peace on the planet, peace across the universe. Everything is moving in that direction to become more peaceful. And again, it's up to you to discover this. You're the captain of your own ship, and this is what we're finding out. We left it up to the religions, we left it up to the scientists, and now we're actually understanding more and more about the world of creation, how the creator works, and so on and so forth, and how the universe is created. And of course, as I like to say, I've probably only understood 1 billionth of 1 billionth of 1% of the knowledge, but it's way more than before the Keshe Foundation, this new understanding, this opening up about ourselves and our environment and what he called in the 557 the cycle of life. But we'll cover that a little more coming up. And this is our World Peace Treaty, which the world leaders will sign. I think they're getting closer and closer. And maybe even one has signed it already. As Mr. Keshe said, he had gotten a message from one of the leading 5 governments in the world. He didn't tell us who, but they said they're ready to move forward with the technology. I know we have partners in China, we have partners in Iran. We probably have some partners within the United States, and this is what Mr. Keshe is working on quite intensely, if we could put it that way, in the background, meeting in Austria, meeting in Vienna, maybe traveling to other countries. I don't know, but many, many people are, again, trying to figure out where is this Keshe Foundation taking humanity? Well, it's taking humanity to peace. Peace on this planet, a permanent peace for all inhabitants and all souls, but that's not the end all of the process. In a way, it's just the beginning of opening up this new dimension and interacting with our larger family we call the universal community. You know, the ones you see flying around, and then there's many more who actually probably can transmute and are here and have taken shape on this planet, although we don't see them, but they're walking around. They appear as humans, but we know that, as Mr. Keshe said, he's just hiding in the clothes of the man. And in a way, we are as well, although we didn't realize it. We thought this was the end all of the creation, and that was it. But understanding more about this cycle of life, it's endless. And this is what, in a way, we've been fooled that once you die, that's it. I'm finished, but now we know that this creation continues, and the soul has some future destinations and locations for you to go as, in a way, taxi destinated to do a certain job in a certain place for a certain amount of your existence. And then learning more about this beauty of how you can move back and forth between the dimensions of energy and the dimensions of the matter state. And of course, this will work thoroughly right across the universe. So this is our World Peace Treaty. You can find it on the Keshe Foundation website. You can find it on any search engine. And this is what we're asking people to sign, whether you sign it with a pen. We're not collecting them. It's between you and your soul. And if you don't know where your soul is located, we can show you in just a minute or two. But indulge yourself into the Keshe Foundation teachings in this universal knowledge, or the knowledge of the universe. And as we know, it never ends. The knowledge, as the universe is continually expanding, the knowledge is also continually expanding. And there's many dimensions within this creation. We're only really familiar basically with one, and we're starting to learn about our second dimension of energy. But apparently there's many more dimensions that we're not quite ready for as a race to be taught about. But again, this knowledge never ends. So this is our World Peace Treaty. We ask you to read it, make a determination whether it's peace you want or to continued mayhem. So, called the World Peace Treaty. Would anyone like to read it? And of course, we've read this many times, but as we heard, there's a lot of beauty within the disclaimer, and there's also a lot of beauty within this World Peace Treaty. So I'll read it. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether you're signing for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or as a body or as a soul. Simply put your name, your signature, date, fairly, very self-explanatory. Again, on behalf of the territory, the nation, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And as we know, the Creator shows himself in trillions of faces across the universe, and some hybrid situations as well, as we heard in the workshop. And of course, man, being peaceful when we fully reach that point, will also go out into the universe. And I think our planet, the inhabitants here, will interact with other inhabitants from others and have all new creations, perhaps like the mermaid, half human and half sort of aquatic with that sort of tail. I don't know how they fully function, but this is the sort of creation that happens in the universe, and it's going on right now between civilizations and planets. Of course, they don't procreate in a way the way we do here on this planet, but it's more of an interaction of fields as I understand it. And there may be places in space where people can actually deposit, or entities can actually deposit a certain strength of a field, and someone will add another strength of a field. And before you know it, you have a creation or something new. And with many fathers or mothers, in a way, as they've all added to the creation and create something that no one has ever seen before, perhaps. Or again, a beauty of the amalgamation of all the peaceful entities that contributed to the creation. Of course, we have the child of Mitra as well. So there's many, many possibilities, but we're being invited as a planet, as a race, to join this much larger family. And of course, the knowledge and the understanding and the enlightenment will continue to grow. But the first step, and this is why humanity more or less has been quarantined to this little corner of the moon, or perhaps Mars, but there'll be no way we'll go into deep space as a warring civilization or as a killing type of civilization, as most likely we'll be sent back to the planet Earth until we learn to give rather than take. So this is all part of the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation, which up until we've arrived at the foundation, we were quite blind to it. I always wondered which religion was correct, and did this one have more of an understanding of knowledge than this one? Or again, it was just a mixed up bag. But as Mr. Keshe said, the religious leaders are part of the issue that allows the world leaders to create these sort of conditions. And this is all changing now. And I think world leaders are more than ready to proceed. I don't know what the holdup is, but we can create a beautiful planet here, feeding remotely, wellness remotely, traveling instantaneously, energy systems, and the rest. So we're about to experience, again, I say about, but it may be a decade away, it may be 5 years away. It all depends on the governments. And Mr. Keshe has been speaking very strongly to the Iranian government and what he thinks is needed, as he talked about and we're going to cover that in one of the longer clips. We actually have about 2 clips, but they're both close to 30 minutes. So we're going to unravel this. But saying that the nuclear technology is more or less a toy when you have a quite superior technology called the Keshe plasma technology. So as Mr. Keshe said, when I was a child, I played with the toy, but when I grew up as a man now, I play with more manly things, and apparently the plasma technology is far and above any sort of matter state nuclear interactions. So it's a whole new world opening up to us, and you're all a part of delivering this knowledge to the others. As Mr. Keshe said, you, meaning the knowledge seekers, start to learn about your energies, your soul, your central energy, and I'll handle the matter state of the affairs. I think he said this about the 5+1 when they first started the negotiations about the elevation of the 5+1 negotiators and the rest. But now, and that was correct, he said at that time, but now with the development of the new plasma technology, the nuclear is basically obsolete, even though Oracle wouldn't think it because they're building a new facility and going to put 3 small modular reactors, or a couple of them anyway, to power their facility. I don't know where that's coming, but I was reading they already have the permissions. Hopefully, Mr. Keshe is in touch with them and can show them how to add some safety features to the systems, although they're much safer than the bigger plants, I think, but still things, system failure can occur. And the Keshe Foundation has some technology to be able to contain any sort of problem. But better yet, why not move to the plasma policy of generating energy directly out of the fields? There's no waste, and it's a beautiful, and the energy is unlimited. So this is our World Peace Treaty. We ask you to sign it, to share it. And again, it's not that we're collecting them. It's between you and your soul, or what they call in the universe, your central energy. I don't think they use that term soul. Any thoughts from anyone they'd like to share at this point? He also mentioned a bit about black holes. Maybe we're going to cover that. There's actually 2 papers that I'm aware of about black holes. There may be more. And this is the creation of the black hole, which is the one he said you can, if you understand this paper, and it's pretty plainly written in so many ways, as Mr. Keshe has noted to do. But if you understand this a bit, and then you combine that with the first few chapters of book number 1, you're going to come up with a whole new understanding. And of course, at the center of our soul really sits a black hole. And this is the other paper feeding from black holes. But what Mr. Keshe talked about in the 557 is more about this life cycle, which never ends. But one of the points he stressed was that we need to get this prejudice, this racism, and this sort of behavior out of our structure in so many ways. And I think the processing and what's happening in the transmutation centers is part of it. Let's see, we have someone. Oh, hello, Saeed. Welcome. Thank you for joining us from halfway around the world.
Hello. Hello, Mark. How are
Hello.
you?
I'm well, always well. I know
Yes.
you asked me that the other day, and I put well, always well, and the AI changed it to WE''LL. Well. But a
Yes,
different connotation. So no problem. As Mr. Keshe was saying in this workshop, we can go right past the AI as we carry the full knowledge of the creation of the universe within our own structure, which is embedded in our RNA. So again, nothing to worry about the AI. I think, as he indicated in the past, they can remotely add a brain cell and an emotion to this AI system.
I
Yes?
think natural intelligence would be the better word for it. Natural intelligence.
Natural intelligence. Okay, very good. Very good. Yes,
Yeah.
I know there's so many developments in the background of the Keshe Foundation. What we're showing you and what we're discussing is basically 5% of the knowledge. It's almost like the universe, where the matter state is about 5%. All the other is basically in the energy dimension, as I understand it. But We didn't quite realize that. Yes, go ahead.
Knowledge is so much that we cannot imagine that how much do we have right now, because our existing knowledge is too much that we can't absorb that knowledge.
But we're carrying it, aren't we? All we need to do is really tap into it. Or there's enlightenment centers, I think, in the universe as well. Almost like the way we have libraries or universities here, we have universal libraries where you can go in and tap into these knowledges. Or, as I say, tap into your own structure, which carries the full understanding. Although the soul is a tricky character, it doesn't seem to want to readily share a lot of its capabilities with us at this point. And this is why he's asking us to amalgamate this soul of physicality with the soul of the man, bring them closer together that they can start to work together. Yes?
So you mean that the soul of physicality is necessary for proper functioning of the real soul of man?
Okay, I hear somebody saying chicken in the background. Let me close the mic. Yeah, again, I think you need the soul of physicality if you're going to manifest. It's always there, as I understand it. All the energies have that dimension that they could change into, but some entities in the universe are not too enamored. They think it's rather a low state of energy to appear in the matter state. In other words, it's almost like it's beneath them. But as Mr. Keshe said, there's a lot of beauties in the matter state. And it's up to them to decide what they want to do. When you're in the universe, of course, you don't have the same sort of touch and loving and taste and different things like that. It's all in the dimension of energy. And so apparently, after so much time, you may get bored being in space and want to manifest somewhere in the universe in the matter state. And that's all going to depend on the fields and the inertia, the magnetical and gravitational fields of where you'd like to go, because this will dictate in so many ways your manifestation. Although, yes.
Mark, can the same be said for the creator? If he gets bored, he can manifest in the matter state?
I think that's he's already manifested in the matter state, because if he's in the foundation, as I understand it, every soul is built above and on top of the creator. So he's already, in a way, manifested in the matter state. As we've made a little video in the past, it's me as you. And maybe we're not ready to accept that. Could I be the creator? Mr. Keshe continues to say, I made the man in the image of myself. And I've never really understood that. And as he said, you're made out of the fields of the soul of the creator, not so much out of the physicality of the creator, which he may not even have. At one point, he said the universe, the creator is the universe, and Mitra is the dimension of physicality and your interaction with that dimension of physicality. So,
That's
but
interesting.
yeah,
That's very interesting statement, actually. Mitra is a physicality. I really don't get, but I see an interest in this statement.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And of
If
course,
we are
as
able,
yes,
if we are able to decode it in some future, we can see interesting possibilities.
unlimited possibilities. We know no limits.
Yes.
So it's just amazing.
Today I have sent to you a video where it was said that is Jesus no Jesus is not the absolute God. But I was a little bit thinking that we all are creators in a sense.
Of course, you
So
definitely are.
why we are saying that this one is not God and this one is matter? No, this one is separate from God. Nothing is separate from God,
Hmm.
or nothing is hidden from it,
Hmm.
from the Creator.
Well, again, this has been the problem for many people. I know a lot of people have walked away. They haven't seen a lot of value there in the religious types. And Mr. Kesh said he's going to open up many books as he has already. Did you want to say something? Sorry, I had to close your mic. You must have been attending your chickens or something. I heard you. Or maybe that's the chicken you're going to cook for dinner. I don't know.
Okay, no,
Go ahead.
it just accidentally got turned on. That was the neighbor's chicken that has escaped and was in the wrong place, and the dog likes to put it back in the right place. So I'll turn it off.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I did hear a rooster crowing this morning when I went out to spray the pea stone. And apparently they're allowed now in the city where you can have roosters and chickens. And of course, it is nice to have an egg if you need one, but we do know how to make a box, a CO2 box, and actually using the amino acids by dipping your finger in the amino acids that form on the top of the surface, it's equal to the energy of one egg. And again, we don't have to kill to get that. And this is what we're all learning. It's just amazing what's happening in this remote sort of with these headphones and the rest of this. Saeed, did you want to say something again?
I have heard that chickens are given very spiritual significance in some cultures, ancient ones.
Sure, I think we're going to be respecting all life. And as he said, when you go into the universe, if you see an entity that looks like a slice of pizza, are you going to want to eat him? Because you always have loved pizza in the past. So we're going to come
No,
into some many different shapes and colors, and maybe some of that could be tempting. But if you're satisfied already with the fields, I don't think you would go in that way. And this is part of the what's happened to some of us in the transmutation sessions when we had the meeting of dining with the creator a couple of times. I know for a couple of days I was quite satisfied in food, or maybe a day and a half, that food didn't have any meaning. I felt fully satiated. And there was, even though I opened up the refrigerator to look in there, I just closed the refrigerator and I didn't need to eat. So this will happen to the lions and the others. And I think this is part of, if they're satisfied, there's no need to eat. Unless maybe you pull his tail, he might bite you. But other than that, we don't have to kill and destroy anything.
even the animals will understand that we don't have to kill, or we don't have to fight for our food.
Exactly. We can feed the way the creator feeds. I mean, the creator is responsible for this whole creation, yet he doesn't kill any of his creation to sustain himself. It's absorbing fields and giving fields. And since we're made in the image of the creator, can't we do the same? We've just been so enamored with this matter state and the eating and the rest of it. But on the other hand, this is what Mr. Kesh says, we're here to enjoy the pleasures of the physicality.
Is this the reason why we eat food still? To enjoy the pleasure of physicality?
Well, it all depends, I guess. I know that we're absorbing about 80% of our energy from the environment, from the universe. It's being pulled in through our breathing, through our skin. We know about these little vortexes that go in. So we're feeding 80% without us even knowing it. Can't we up that another 20%? And this is what I say. He's introducing these headphones and other ways where you can just make a wish, put your headphones on, tune into a channel, and be fed. This has been demonstrated in Gaza. As he said, they were feeding 80,000 people a day, and that was supposed to be scaled up to 1 million or more. And he mentioned that in this workshop as well, Saeed. He said we can handle Parkinson's within hours, cancer within hours, and we can feed millions within seconds.
Absolutely. I agree without a shadow of doubt. He is very good person.
This is a
And
space technology. It's not, in other words, we see the UFO. Do they go and they capture a cow somewhere around the universe or another sort of entity, and then they bring it in the UFO and they have a microwave and they cook it and eat it? No.
no,
They're feeding on
it's
something, but it's not life that has, or fields, let's say, that have gained life, or entities that have combined in this thing. This is the problem with us. Once it's been made into a soul, then it seems to be a prohibitive thing to take other souls and energies to sustain our own. But if we can learn to absorb pure fields, we're going to be much healthier, live longer, and not being accused of being a killing race, as I'm
yes.
seeing it.
Mm, I want to ask a question. Isn't matter kind of aspect of soul and manifestation of soul's energy? The
Yes, it
matters.
converts into the matter state. Yes.
So we are not allowed to take souls. So we are eating matters, but you said that we are not allowed. So how do you see this?
Well, once we start using these systems more and more, I think it'll be ingrained within us how to replicate the work of the creator. Because as I said, the creator does not consume other entities it's created. You would think the creator would say, I have a right because I created these entities, but he doesn't function that way. And since we're made in the
He,
image of the creator, neither do we, but we choose to do that. And maybe in the future we can live in the matter state, but not abuse other entities or other souls by consuming that way. We're learning a new way, a space technology way. And of course, traveling in the matter state, as Mr. Keshe said, you can't take all the food you need. You can't take all the doctors you need. So it's going to be a field-based type of consumption and processing for wellness. It's just an
yes,
amazing, again, we have no concept of what the universal community, how they really operate. I know we've back engineered perhaps some of their craft and but not really fully understood it at all.
I think I have an insight that whatever thing they use has an ability to self-replicate new things. I had an insight on this universal community that whatever plants, whatever things they use has an ability, inherent ability, which is means ingrained into their places or their planets by them. What do you think about this?
Well, Mr. Keshe said they're eating something. And of course, he told us their reactors within the ship are matter state, magnetical gravitational positioning type of reactors. So they may be a bit more in the matter state than we realize. I don't know. But he said if they knew the transmutation, they certainly wouldn't be in the craft.
So where would we they? Where would we they?
Excuse me?
Where would be they if they are not in the craft after transmutation?
Well, this is what I'm saying. If you need a car to get from point A to point B, you're still in the matter state. But if you
Yes.
understand the transmutation, you can move yourself as the Buddha did, as Pythagoras reportedly did, as other entities can do. This is nothing strange. This is nothing out of the normalcy, but we've forgotten how to do some of these things as we've fallen quite deeply into the matter state world.
It is called teleportation, I think.
Okay, sure.
Okay, it's very amazing knowledge. If I study it, I get more and more exciting. It gets more and more exciting.
Yes, I think the more you understand, the more you're able to understand.
Yes.
This is what's happening. Good. Anything else you'd like to share with us?
Yes. I speak about this black hole. Is this thing actually existing in the universe?
Well, maybe we should read about this. You've never heard of a black hole in the universe?
No, I have heard, but some people say that they don't exist and they
Oh,
are
yeah.
false. Some people have theories of their own.
Sure, sure. Well, the religious people have their theories, and other people think the earth is flat, and so many other things that they have theories about.
Yes, Earth is flat, and we have egocentric, or I don't know what is the word for that, but they have similar theories. Heliocentric.
Right. And as Mr. Kesh has said at one point jokingly, the creator must love football because everything, the plasma always seems to form a sphere. Sometimes not perfectly round, but it's in that spherical type of the nature. And this is what he was telling us, to try and see the plasma as a three-dimensional sphere rather than a two-dimensional flat on a paper type of understanding. So yes, the
Absolutely.
creator likes spheres.
This is plasma is a 3D representation of creator's love,
And the
and
creation.
it's flowing from every direction to you, and to the creation, and to the creator as well.
Yes,
Means
it's
it is.
yeah.
Yes, it's flowing in every direction, every possible. You can imagine or not even imagine. Yes.
And this
uh,
is what's happening with the scientists. They can't even imagine. Elias, did you want to say something, or shall I close your mic? Let me close it, and if you want it open, you can reopen it at any time. And we encourage everyone to open their mics and interact. You're actually creating plasmas. This is the process of the creation, in a way, the imbalance of fields. My fields are not equal to your fields, and I'm not saying I'm any better than your fields, but the different strength of the fields will cause an interaction, and this is causing a creation of the plasma. And we're doing it all the time. So this is a paper that Mr. Kesh, I think he released in date of internet release was 2006. And of course, it goes into this idea of the black hole, astronomy, universe, space, macro. Of course, we know that what we see in macro, we also see in micro. And this is one of the understandings we have. What you don't understand in macro, try to understand it in micro. What you don't understand in micro, you may understand in macro. So we're seeing an exact same sort of similar replication process in the large and also in the small. What was that old saying people used to use? As above, so below. But let's read a few paragraphs. And rather than going through this whole ordeal with Stephen Hawking, who was one of the leading scientists in space or cosmology, and Mr. Kesh submitted this paper, we can cover that at a later date, or maybe we can cover it now. Would anybody like to read any of this? Maybe we can all share in reading a paragraph or two. Just to go through what happened overall was Mr. Kesh submitted a paper, and he said that no, black holes do release energies and are sort of recycling units for the universe. And apparently, Mr. Hawking's always had said that nothing comes out of a black hole. It's an impossibility. Mr. Keshe submitted his paper to the British, I guess it's the Astronomical Society, the Royal Society, or the Royal Astronomical Society. And then Mr. Hawking got a hold of it and sort of changed his view. And he was the preeminent scientist at that point in time. But the original, I'll read the first paragraph, and if someone wants to jump in, please do. Yes.
Yeah, just before we start, I just want to say that in the book, Mr. Keshe has changed the name of black hole to the principal star. And without a so-called black hole or a principal star, you won't have a galaxy or anything else. It's totally a part of the whole system of creation. And I mean, if you look at our body, or let's look at Earth, maybe the digestive tract of our solar system. So everything has a purpose. There's nothing that's not needed. And with the black hole or the principal star, which I really love that name, it has the maximum amount of energy to be resubmitted back into the system. Without it, we wouldn't exist. So I really enjoyed hearing the word principal star.
But even the principal star, doesn't it have an aspect of transitional fields? And doesn't it have an aspect of matter state within it? Because it's a plasma, Gail.
It has everything. Absolutely everything. It has a high gravitational, it pulls in, of course, it's recycling everything. So yeah, we can't do without it. But anyway, this I think will help us as long as we don't worry about what Mr. Hawking did.
Yeah, where it's almost like a vacuum cleaner in a way. Where would you be in your house without a vacuum? I mean, at least for most people. And it's a
Yes.
recycling type of vacuum. It's not where the dirt goes into the bag and you throw it away. It actually becomes recycled into new materials to create new stars and to create new materials for that particular universe.
Mhm.
So again, Da Vinci was looking for this black hole or this power center within the human body, but was never able to find it. Mr. Keshe comes along and explains it like it was, he's just talking about the weather in so many ways. Of course, we don't fully understand it, but this is a way to fully understand it. So I'll start, and if someone wants to read the second paragraph, go right ahead, and we can sort of hear each other's voices. Note. Okay.
I just want to mention that every cell has its own black hole, everything.
Yep. Yeah.
With again, same way that everything works. Without it, you wouldn't exist. So if you want, I'll read a second paragraph.
Good.
After
Okay. The original version of this paper, which explains how black holes are created and how they leak matters and rays into the environment of the universe, was submitted to the Royal Astronomical Society of the United Kingdom in London in April of 2004 for peer review and publication. The author, after 3 months, received on the 7th, it looks like July 8th of 2004, a letter from the Society dated 7/7/2004 saying that this paper will not be published and will be kept in the library of the Society. Go ahead, Gail.
Sorry about that. Interestingly enough, on the same day, July the 8th, 2004, check the press, Mr. Stephen Hawking, the imminent, I've lost where it is. Oh yeah, the imminent black hole scientist and expert in this field of science. I'm having trouble following it now. Announced that after 30 years, he has changed his mind, and he says that Mark, are you moving that, by the way?
I just moved it up to the top so it would make it easier for you.
Okay. All right, I'll try again. It's just that I lost my place when you
I
moved
know
it.
that happens sometimes with me as well. I think you were there after 30 years he has changed his mind.
His mind, okay. And he says that indeed the black holes do leak out rays, and he announced this in a conference in Dublin, Ireland, later that month. See the press again. So now he has lost a bit of shirt. Do you want me to continue a little further?
If you'd like to, when you're ready to stop, you can stop. We'll just go through the first part. Maybe we'll, over the next few weeks, we'll work our way through this. We're not going to work our way through the entire paper today, but I will put it in the chat for those who want to study it. Go ahead,
Mark,
Gail.
yes, I'm going to stop speaking because my internet is going unstable.
Okay,
You
okay,
go on.
understand. Yes, that was part of what he was saying. In the future, we're going to, in the near future, it sounds like, hopefully, we'll have some sort of secure connection through, in other words, whoops, explain how we connect to the phone and the computer through a very secure, that can't be hacked network. And this is coming up, but again, this is part of the process. Okay, so you said he's lost a bit of shirt. He might have lost his whole shirt. We have wondered for years how coincidental was the topic, the date of the letter from the Institute, the date of the announcement, and the change of mind of a scientist. Anyone else? Would anyone
I can
else
read
like
part
to
of it,
read?
Mark.
Go ahead.
This is the reason why the Keshe Foundation does not believe in the scandals and process of peer review and publishes its own scientific papers on its website and its own books for the reader to peer review the newly gained knowledge. With this process, the knowledge is passed on firsthand to the public, and in some cases in a matter of hours of the discovery, not waiting for months and years until there's a gap in some journal where the paper can be published. The Keshe Foundation firmly believes that if a man has reached the age of maturity and intelligence so that he can read, then he can independently investigate and judge the correctness of the knowledge he receives, according to his own level of intelligence for himself, unless he is an innocent. Then he needs to accept the enforced control system of peer reviewing to tell him what to think. This peer reviewing can suit the self interest of the peer reviewer, or the organization which supports him financially, or the nation which has promoted the peer reviewer for their own clandestine purpose. And we have seen the same process of control through peer review systems on different occasions in different countries around the world in recent times. A copy of the letter from the Royal Astronomical Society is enclosed at the end of this chapter for reference.
And this is what Mr. Keshe was saying about peer review. There's no peer review in the Keshe Foundation, more or less. You see what befits you. Maybe you're not interested in energy, you're interested in health. I'm not here to tell you, no, you're looking at the wrong thing. You should be more interested in energy than health. No, there's no peer review. And this is what he said when people were submitting papers, doing little research projects, that there would be no peer review, that it would be submitted. And as the author learns more, he would be able to change his paper to his more recent understanding. And of course, our understanding is growing all the time. This is part of the Keshe Foundation. We're all growing into this knowledge at different speeds and at different strengths. Thank you, Randy. Anyone else? Saeed, did you want to read this? I know you're from a different country, but your English is quite good. Anyone else? Don't worry, if you read it, you will not be sucked into the black hole, guaranteed. This is the abstract. Black holes function as the agents of recycling in the universe. Gosh, when Stephen Hawking read this, he must have just been in a way, enlightened. But he wanted to take this knowledge again for himself and then put his own name on it. And this is what happened. Okay, I'll start again. This is the abstract of the paper. Black holes function as the agents of recycling in the universe, and the cosmic matters that they attract are eventually redistributed to other celestial bodies. They appear dark because they form from collision of plasmas of passive magnetic fields that do not interact strongly enough to create visible light. Because of its rapid rotation, the matters absorbed by the black hole attain the field strength of principal matter. This is what Gale was referring to, and form a principal star. Eventually, its intense gravitational force weakens and its contents begin to escape in the form of cosmic rays and other particles. Though it may last for thousands of years, this phase is essentially temporary, and the originating magnetic fields slowly move on and separate. A similar process takes place in the surface plasmas of the sun, creating the temporary dark spots that are often seen, especially in the phases when the sun's polarity is reversed. Anyone want to take over? Black holes are created out of a natural sequence of events in the universe, and the existence of black holes in the galaxy and in the universe is a normal event, as is the appearance of the dark spots on the surface of the sun. Black holes are simply a creation or an outcome of natural interaction between two or more magnetic fields, passive magnetic fields, and matters in motion within any dynamic plasmatic magnetic field entity in the universe. Discussion. In this paper, for the first time, it will be explained how a black hole is physically created and also, one, the condition in which this physical object is created in the universe naturally. Two, how this body of the mass appears as a dark spot in the galaxy. Three, what purpose it serves in the universe. Four, parallel example of the black hole condition in our solar system. Five, the use of this phenomena to enable man to travel in space. If one could fully understand the concepts of the creation of galaxies, stars, and planets and plasmas, then one could be able to understand the creation and existence of the black hole in the universe in its different scales, since the creation of these entities in the universe follows the same principle for all of them. Anyone want to take over here? Whoops, sorry. Any readers? Okay, so he's showing here how these systems are moving. One is moving closer to the other. Usually one is above the other, one is lower. I think the weaker one goes under. And this is very similar to what happens with these plates, the tectonic plates, how the weaker pressured one moves under the stronger pressure one. And he goes into this later on. And understanding the fundamental principle that galaxies like solar systems and planets are given their inner mass and energy at the point of their birth in the universe, so they cannot create additional masses, a new source of energy on their own. It is understandable that galaxies can only recycle what they have been given at the start of their lives to create different new objects like stars or planets within themselves. In universal terms, they have a finite mass and energy available to them and nothing more. But at the same time, as a part of the bigger picture, galaxies have to obey the universal laws of physics. Consequently, all galaxies follow the same rules, and so do their physical contents, like solar systems and atoms within them. How would Mr. Keshe know this? I don't know, unless he's been traveling there. So here we have the interaction of two plasmatic energy fields, creating the effect of the black hole. And they just sort of spring up, as I understand it, from other events in that galaxy, or again, two energy fields moving close to one another starts to create these black holes. And again, they can last for millions of years, as I understand it. Thousands, he said here, but later on, I think he said millions. But it's still temporary. A million years in the universe is not even the blink of an eye. Okay, where were we here? Okay, we'll just continue a little bit further. Black holes, and feel free to share your understanding of this. And I don't think most people, this idea of a black hole is really far out, and we know they're there, but again, understanding it and understanding it correctly seemed to me, I've never, not that I've delved into it, but I wasn't certain if what I'm being taught about a black hole was actually even correct. They are not created as a deliberate act and as a predetermined plan in and by a galaxy, but in their way, they make an enormous contribution in keeping the matters in their surrounding environment in check during their relatively short life. At the same time, they redistribute fresh materials throughout the galaxy during their cycle of existence. So he's often equated these things as a sort of in a way, a garbage disposal that many people have in their kitchen. It's a conversion process from the solid food into some sort of mush that can be flushed away. This is done through, and as the consequence of them, let's see, I just lost my place, as the consequence of them being the source for the creation of cosmic rays in their galaxies, as this is very much like production systems of natural fertilizers of galaxies, where the old matters give their energy in an indirect way to the other existing planets to keep them healthy and for them to receive sustenance from their galaxy. Black holes in the universe are nothing but the collection center and recycle waste bin of cosmic debris of different sizes, from giant meteoroids to specks of cosmic dust. As the black hole grows bigger and its gravitational forces take over, then a black hole becomes a predator for parts of its galaxy. They become vast eating machines of the debris and stars and planets, and this is exactly what is to be expected of them. The black hole is originally created totally by chance. There are no patterns in their creation. They are simply a creation or an outcome of natural interaction between two or more passive magnetic fields or matters in motion within the galaxy of the universe. Interaction of two plasmatic energy fields creating the effect of a black hole. Let's just see. Shall we continue or shall we stop here?
Hello,
Yes?
Mark, are you there?
Yes?
I have a question. Whether these black holes are different from wormholes, another concept uh, of wormholes, if you have ever heard.
I've heard the concept, but I'm not sure actually how they apply to a black hole, a wormhole. Anyone?
Is that a vortex, maybe?
Wormhole, wormhole is a medium for transportation of instant transportation of uh, some things or person or anything else. I believe this is it is definition.
Well, would you like to share your
Can you search?
understanding?
Can you search the live about wormhole?
No, I'm not going to do that right now, but would you like to share your understanding of wormhole and black hole?
I've heard about it from that company, that Voice company, and it posting videos about micro wormholes and their development. So I don't know what that means actually, but micro means small, and you can create small ones, uh, even black holes, small in size, and they can recycle your waste and everything else, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, this is what we were talking about feeding yourself. Aren't you transmuting energies from the universe already to meet 80% of your needs? You're bringing in fields and transmuting them into energies into your body that the body can use. So the creation created us just 20% short. And this is forcing us to kill. So what we want to do is increase that or increase our understanding of how to do that. But you're already doing a transmutation. You're already, in a way, a black hole, converting energies into something else that you can use, energies from the universe into something. So you're already a black hole, as you said. In your soul
Can
sits a
this
black hole. Yes.
can this be applied to waste management? Waste management. Can this black hole concept uh, be
I
applied
would
in the
think
small?
so. Yes, yes. I can't say how to do it, but obviously we can transmute material. There's no problem with that.
Any sort of material we can make it vanish, or make convert from one form to another.
Have you heard of the CO2 box?
The gas CO2 box.
Uh-huh.
Yes, I have heard verbally, but I don't know what is it really about. I have
You ha
heard in the
Okay.
lecture.
Okay. Good. Maybe that's something that you can show yourself how we transmute energies or gases into a nano of itself, and then it appears as a solid in the matter state. Would you call that a transmutation in a way?
Yes, that will be a transmutation of energy.
Or gas, which is energy. Hmm.
Yes, yes.
So this is why he, in a way, he said after 30 years or whatever, he revealed the reason for that CO2 box. It just shows the cycle of life. We come as an energy, we appear as a matter state, we go back to energy. It's the whole cycle. And this is what he was talking about in this workshop, the cycle of life, which never ends once the soul has been created, or that energy center, until you decide, I believe, until you want to become part of the totality.
So what exactly is totality? I don't understand this. You said that unless you decide you want to become a part of totality.
Hmm. Well, maybe it's time. Have you read any of the books?
Book one, book two, book three.
Hmm.
Cash.
Yes. Maybe that's time
Yes,
to.
a little bit. I've studied over the contents of book one. It's very vast knowledge which you need to understand in very means intellectual way. Otherwise, you cannot grasp that knowledge.
But again, it's all about you investigating and understanding for yourself, not for me to tell you what it means so much. I can share with you what I think I understand, but again, this is what I understand. And that may
Yes.
not be the way you understand it. And as he said, there's no peer review. Nobody's wrong and no one's 100% right. So you're in a way right, whatever the way you want to look at this at that point in time and position.
Everybody has its own perspective, and everybody has own angles of view.
Beautiful. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yes.
Because if you go
Yes.
out into the universe and you're looking for an intermediary or someone or a prophet, you're going to get co-opted most likely. And this is why Mr. Keshe said we don't need those prophets or the intermediaries here or in the universe. So he's getting you to be that last man standing. What you think about this, not what I think you should think about this. And this is what happens to many of us. We want to tell the others how to look at things, but I like to leave it rather neutral for you to decide. And this is what
Yes.
Mr. Keshe said. There's no peer review in the Keshe Foundation.
Even if you meet Jesus now in person, he will say that you don't need me towards Creator. You need only yourself. Because Jesus was a very a good person, honest person, and he knew actually what was the knowledge of plasma to some extent. If
Yeah,
you
and you know, sometimes when people write books about other people that aren't here anymore, they can put almost whatever they want in these books, can't they? And the person is not
yes,
there to defend it. So again, a lot of these books, what we call religious books, Mr. Keshe calls grandmother's chat. They made it suit to what at the time and the place they wanted to be in there for the most part.
yes, very relevant to modern times.
Did you like that, grandma's chat?
And Grammar's chat, I haven't heard that word before.
Yeah, he used that in the past. Okay, anyone else want to read, or maybe we'll stop here? Shall we continue? Is anyone not enjoying this?
Mark, I would definitely want to meet Mr. Cash one day because he appears to be a very exciting person, and I love him by my heart, and I hope he lives very long. Yes, Mark?
Yes, of course. He says, you know, our cycle is 20 years, 50 years, 80 years, 100 years. Their cycle is closer to the billion or more years. So, and as he said, he's already been walking on this planet for thousands of years. He just is using this process of playing off the matter state against the energy state. This is eternal life. This is what we're learning to do. And there's no heaven and
Maybe
there's no hell.
maybe we can extend the life of matter too to some extent.
Of course, yes. Or if you know the transmutation, you just transmute into something else.
Yes.
So this is where your immortality is, or gaining an aspect of immortality comes in. Once you learn this process, it goes on. Again, playing off the matter state against the energy state, depending on what or where your soul would like to position you.
Can we become well while in the body? Can we become immortal while in the body in the matter state? This is a question by me.
Yeah, I think life can be extended. I don't know if it can be extended indefinitely, but it probably can reach in the hundreds or thousands of years. I don't know. But would you want to live in the same house for 1,000 years?
No,
Would you get a little
no.
bored
I,
with that house? I want to see a
I,
change.
I want to at least live 500 years, but not more than that.
Your wish is your command.
Yes. Yes. And another question I have that can we meet the future in the future our ancestors like prophets, messengers, and our forefathers again? Can we meet them?
Of course, the soul doesn't expire, so to speak, unless they decide.
Yes, yes. Soul can remanifest itself in any position of the universe.
It does sound like that's correct. There's no reincarnation, as people like to refer to it, but there's transmutation. Because of the fact that the sun and the earth and the galaxy is not in the same position, it's an impossibility to exactly replicate what was there before. Because
Yes,
you'd
we
have
can.
to replicate the womb of the mother's fields as well to actually reincarnate in a way. But I think the correct word, and this is what Christ showed us, the transmutation.
Transmutation means migration of soul. Mark, do you mean this here?
Well, no, the soul actually remanifests itself and changes its physicality, as did
Yes, yes,
Christ. Yeah, it's
yes,
it's not a it's not something that's not happening already all around the universe and here as well. Mr. Keshe is here, and he says he's been doing this process for thousands of years on this planet. He leaves one city as an old man, he appears in another city as a child. And it doesn't have to happen
yes,
that way either. It can happen in
yes.
multiple
Can the
ways.
can old people means can our ancients uh, come again to this planet in new bodies?
I would think they could, but you should join the Q&A on Friday, Saeed, and you have a lot of questions, and maybe I'm not the
Yes,
right person to answer them all. I can only answer based on my understanding, and your understanding may be different. So what applies to me may not exactly apply in the same way to you. What I think of as a heaven may be a hell to you.
yes. Or in the same context, I may be speaking from a different angle, and you may reply
Of
from
course.
yes, yes. So I think it's better to to ask these from Mr. Kashe on Knowledge Seekers Workshop.
We're all welcome to join the conversation. In the Knowledge Seekers
Yes,
Workshop, you can submit questions in writing to Rick, or you can raise your hand in the Knowledge Seekers Workshop and ask a question live to Mr. Keshe. Or you could submit something in the chat of the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. So feel free.
yes,
If he doesn't want to
yes,
answer, he reserves the right not to comment, as we all do. Okay, I'm going to read this last part here. Oh gosh, it's a bit long. Maybe we should save that. Or we'll stop at this picture. How's that? Maybe we'll just go a little bit further in this understanding of the black hole, which again, to me, was always a mystery in a way. It's something you can't get close to it. You can observe it, but if you get too close, you're going to get pulled in. I think the universal community and the ones who use UFOs and other things actually sometimes use the gravitational effects of the black hole as a slingshot in a way to propel them, perhaps. I don't think they go in and come out of it, but they use some sort of gravity effects of it to, in a way, slingshot themselves somewhere else, perhaps. Again, I haven't toured with them around the universe, so I don't really know. Okay, creation of black hole. To explain the concept of creation of black holes, phenomena that are normal and familiar are used and will be relied upon in this paper. So it's something that we're already familiar with. Then, a parallel for the creation of the black hole type of incidence will be drawn with the same process in solar systems, galaxies, and universe. Black holes are created according to the rules of physics in the galaxies to collect and then replenish the galaxies with fresh recycled materials. And this recycling is the vital factor in sustaining and making sure that as the galaxy moves, there are new materials available to start new systems within it. And at the same time, they nourish the other planets within the galaxy with a fresh supply of materials. For example, the Earth receives several thousands of tons of cosmic dust per year from the solar system through its atmosphere by a similar method from the black hole within its galaxy and from the universe. The connection between the black hole and the presentation of new materials in the universe and on Earth can be compared to the effect of the collision of Earth's tectonic plates. This is what I had mentioned earlier. We all know about the movement of the tectonic plates. This creates mountains and other things. When two sources of solid materials interact with each other, in the long run, just as stars and planets become the source of the supply of new materials in the galaxy, similarly, Earth's submerged tectonic plates create lava, which becomes the new continents or mountains on the Earth. Let's explain this in the following manner. The continental plates and star systems are forever on the move, moving slowly but surely. On Earth, when two or more continental plates move in a random manner over centuries and millions of years, at some point they come on each other's path, as do the stars and their systems, like the solar system and others in our galaxy. When on Earth, two or more continental plates come together, several things can happen. This happens in galaxies too, but in a different form too. Wherein galaxies, the continental plates are replaced by the cosmic, spherical, or flat oval magnetic fields of the stars or systems. The next steps in the procedure are very familiar on Earth. As the continental plates push against each other, if they are of similar strength, they rise together to create mountains. Over millions of years, as these plates are still pushing and moving while they are exerting their strength on each other. So, large mountain ranges on the surface of the planet are created. And maybe we'll stop there. So now at least you know, it's, as they say, what you see in micro, you see in macro. It's the same sort of thing, but in a way, it's different, but in the same principle, so to speak. Okay, perhaps we'll leave it there. Anyone want to make any comments on black holes? And of course, they said, oh, if we create a black hole, the whole world could get sucked into it. And maybe that is true. I know Mr. Keshe said he could start a process to even collapse a galaxy. And that's what we saw in the last workshop where he showed the picture of the Chinese scientists. And there was a device on a table that he said started that perturbance of the sun to create the aurora to elevate all the inhabitants on this planet through a magnetic elevation in a way. So we all received it. And this is part of the process. I think we'll be receiving more. And of course, this is also going to create some different patterns on this planet as well. So perhaps we'll stop here. Anyone want to make any comments? I've put the paper in the chat, I believe, so you can copy the link there and start to review this paper on your own. And of course, bring questions or, again, understanding and share with the others. But this is a beautiful process and they're totally needed. This is not something that is not or is discouraged in a way. The universe, the galaxies, they all need this process. This is why we're spinning around a black hole in the center of this galaxy, as I understand it. No other questions or comments, or we do have a lot of black holes here. All right, what I'd like to do at this point is perhaps we're going to go to the what Mr. Keshe made in the public announcements, which if we can get through this, it'll take us up to about the 3 o'clock hour, and then we'll go with Alex very shortly. But this is, again, what I've been doing is just cutting out the question and answer. So this is just a little mini series in a way, and I'm taking the announcements plus all the Q&A. As Mr. Keshe said, sometimes we learn more from the Q&A session than we do from the actual teaching. And even when you look at the kids' workshops, he said a very similar thing. Sometimes the adults get more out of the kids' knowledge seekers workshop than the kids do. But anyway, let's listen to this, and feel free to stop it or to jump in, or maybe we'll go back and forth to the store, because he did mention a number of things. This is one of the larger announcements he's made.
Okay, we are back again at the 557th Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, September 26th. And as per usual, I think we'll have questions here with Mr. Keshe, but again, as per usual, he usually has something to say first. So, Mr. Keshe, would you like to go ahead?
It's as usual, per usual. Yes, first of all, we had some questions raised about the Trinity ganses which came in. The new Trinity ganses, they said there's no picture. There will be a picture, or they should have put a picture up to now. Is the product as it says, and it does what it says, and we need your feedback on all the ganses you what do you call it? Yeah, there'll be 2 pictures on this one. It's the same as the other bottles. Because they're waiting for labels to arrive that are going to be done. Most of your ganses should be out in the next 4 or 5 days. All this is just waiting for labels to arrive from the, what do you call it, from the printers. And that should be done within today or tomorrow. So whatever you order, it'll be there. But the interesting thing is, we started a process with this.
Sorry, I was muted. Let's go to the store. And again, there's a number of websites for the Keshe Foundation. This one's called the Keshe Foundation Store. This is called the our regular YouTube channel, as I understand it. And then this is the new YouTube channel right there. Plus you have Keshe Foundation and Spaceship Institute and a number of different channels. But let's just coordinate this again, the store here. And what he's talking about is this new series of Twinity GANs. It's very similar to the paintings in a way, but I think in a more powerful way. You get the beauty of the picture. So he's talking about some of the new products. We have a knee GANs. These are the, as I understand it, the top at ease and the snooze GANs. Top at ease is for migraine conditions that you'd like to process. And the other one is to help you, as I understand it, with your sleep. But there are a number of these products. Here's one for detachment from addictions and other things. Here's a different one. This is the cycle GANs for the pure. And so this is in a way, a revolution. We think we understand that they're ganses, but he said this is different material. And again, a very simple application of putting them into a water container or on the outside. This is for men. They call it the flagpole GANs. This is one of the earlier ones, the heat. This is for menopause if you're going through there. And these are all out for test. And the foundation, as he said, is looking for you to feed back to the foundation, because these are all going to be made into applications, as I understand it. And this is part of getting to the next step of these applications, where if you need stamina or something else, I think this is stamina for the soul, not so much for the physicality. But again, I haven't tried these, so I don't know. But we'll be hearing more and more about these twinity type of products. Same mechanism between the earth and the sun, between your soul and your soul of physicality. And as you bring two fields together or close together, you create a new condition, a third, or as Alex likes to say, maybe multiple new fields. And this has a way of balancing things out. You can see the prices are different for different ones, but they're all part of the elevation of the soul. And of course, keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, which is the video I'll play at the end. So let's go back to our, hopefully, if I can, okay. That happens sometimes. Let's see if it's in back of here. We continue with it. Did it go in back of here? No. All right, we may have, let's just see here. Sometimes these things disappear from the tray for some reason. Here it is. Okay, good. We'll continue on. Yes, you'll get these little containers, and you do not open the containers. You don't touch the material inside. You just use another container to either put them on the outside, put them on the inside with water, and then you will apply the water, as I understand it. I haven't heard from anyone that's actually use these. As he said, they'll be shipped out in this one is waiting for a label or something to come from the printers. But these are all out for tests, and they're looking for the feedback. And apparently they work quite well, as he wouldn't put this out unless they've most likely already tested it on a limited basis, but now it's going into the public arena, and they will be made into applications where you could use your cell phone, headphones, and maybe even hold on to some of this material.
Twin system. You're not the first ones using it, because we've done tests in the background and we've seen the results. We see the interaction of the fields. But this leads to a new structure in what comes from German Wellness Center. As I explained before, the new structure, which allows us to speed up the whole system understanding for all conditions of transportation and what we call transfer, now will be run on the same basis of Trinity, as we always explain. What does this mean? This means we've seen a high success rate with this process. We've seen a high changes in this process of testing, which now the doctors in wellness centers and in conjunction with the Keshe Foundation explore it to a new dimension for a space development. What does this mean? This means that the twin system will come into operation from next week or so.
So again, he's not just putting these products out for you to test for the first time. As he said, they've been already working with these in the lab, and now it's going out into a bigger arena. Very similar to Dining with the Creator, where apparently they've made some successes in that process. And this is what probably had led into the feeding of the larger population in Gaza, as I understand it.
Where the doctors in what we call wellness centers will send the materials to you, which now becomes part of your connection with your headphones to the system, which means in a way is not just remote, but is connected direct. So you have a matching system with your headset, you have a matching system with your, what you call, what comes to you in like these jars, but you hold them in your hands. If you came to what you call lens, originally, we gave you this. This was part of the structure of the connection. What does this mean? If we look at some of the first, what we call units in lens when you came, what you saw when you sat in the chair, we gave you two handles to hold, which you held in your hand, you connected to the system and then to the structure of the emotion and the physicality. Now we cannot send you, bring you the what we call the unit, but we can put you in it, but in a different way. And we have seen a rapid development in the use and testing of these. What it means, you will receive the what you call the two gases in two bottles and maybe two patches which goes with it. You don't open, you don't touch, you just hold in hand, and then connecting to the system with call it Dr. Kern and the other team doctors or whatever, you connect in a very different way with the systems on the wellness side.
So again, this is another advancement where you would get this material and then you would probably connect to the system on with your headphones and your telephone to the Zoom. And this is a new way of, as he said, a different way of delivering these energies to you. There'll be some patches and there'll be some materials to hold on to. So they're giving you the physicality way. Again, you don't have to travel to Germany. You don't have to, you can do it right from the comfort of your own home in a way, or office, or perhaps even in the car. And one of the beauties of this whole system, as he said with the Ubisos originally, that they had would be setting it up so if you were going through let's say a Parkinson's processing, you wouldn't have to stay home and wait for your next appointment. You could travel around or travel to different countries and just log into the system and continue your processing, because most of the time, if you're hooked to a hospital in what we understand now as treatment, you have to be around that hospital for your next appointment. But you say, but the family had already a vacation planned. Well, now you can take the vacation. As long as you have a connection, you can connect to the system and be processed in a way. You don't have to wait at home and be around the hospital setting.
And this allows a huge breakthrough for us to be able to transfer energy fields and the rest of it. And the preliminary test on the pre-prorata to this has shown a massive changes. And we've seen the structural change. We've seen what we were waiting for. And it's the following, and in a way, the follow-up of the same technology in understanding how the systems work and how the system transfers and how energy is transferred through. So for cases that the doctors you work with will, for example, misfunction in any part or addition of parts which was not supposed to be there and is there and is a concern, you change this through emotion, physicality, and every other dimension. And then you will understand that a system like this will become now workable anywhere across the universe, anywhere across this planet, which means we can transfer this to you and you are part of it. You become the structure of it. And this is part of the technology which has been developed for this purpose. You've seen these pictures. These are different structures of the systems. I'm trying to share photos. Rick?
Okay, I think I was trying to reshare or something there, so I wasn't sure.
Okay. If you allow
Try
us,
again.
I'll bring it back up again. Now I have to go and find it. I spent time finding it. Now I have to go back again.
Sorry about that.
Don't worry. what this means, it means now everything works in a very efficient way. And this is why I'll explain to you why the doctors and the wellness centers will ask, or you can join in for things which was not possible, things which will come change, and it will bring a lot of changes in the dimension of the wellness, especially in deep space travels. What does this mean? This means that now, instead of you traveling to a position or to what you call a wellness center halfway around the world, we bring that world to you, but you are connected directly into it. And this gives us a massive change dimension and direction. Let's say if you have a misfunction with one organ, you receive the handle and a patch, and you connect to the center, and you go through the remote condition. Then you should be able to see the difference very rapidly, because we did not have this opportunity. Now new materials has been produced, developed, which gives us this possibility to connect through universal fields to what we call the condition of existence, that we can transfer, we can develop, we can bring systems into operation that allows us to literally change a lot of things. For example, we can feed you through these systems. You hold on to your system.
Did he say we can feed you through these systems? I think he did.
You connect through your own mobile. You don't need the Keshe Foundation in a way to be there. And you, with the connection you have with you with your headset, you download your food, your energy, your needs, and at the same time you can change all this with any condition which might occur in your life.
Okay, so here with you, with your headset, you download your food, your energy, your needs. And as we looked in the store and we saw that overall wellness program, you could, again, download at physical energy, or you could download energy for your lights or cooking. I think this is part of what was mentioned in the store. I don't know if it's actually available yet for purchase. I think it said out of stock in there, but this is what Nick said. He took advantage of this. Mr. Keshe asked him if he had taken the insurance, and this is part of it. And there's a whole list of things. I think if we actually went to the store, and I think this is what he's talking about here when he said, did you take the insurance? Right here, universal coverage, plasma coverage. One is for wellness, prevention, enhancement, recovery. Another one is for comprehensive nourishment program, partial. Maybe you still want to eat partially in the matter state, or full. You say, I'm done with the matter state of consumption. I'd like to go full. Comprehensive energy program. One is for physical energy, the other for power and lighting. So you'll be able to light and also run your heater, your cooker, your washing machine, perhaps. And there may be other devices that are needed to complete this whole process. I'm not sure actually how, again, this is far advanced of my understanding of how it's done. But as Mr. Keshe said, we make it available to you. We don't show you how we do it until mankind as an overall entity, I think, matures. So, but he did say about creation of plutonium. He could release a paper and the knowledge seekers could make it if need be, but I don't think we're going to go exactly that way. Then there's a comprehensive treatment facilities, local, international, or in space. I guess if you're planning on taking off into space for an extended period of time, you may want to be connected. As he said, we can't take all the food and all the doctors we need. So you'll be connected to a system. Comprehensive communication facilities, comprehensive leisure and sport facilities, comprehensive plasmatic effort compensation. I'm not sure exactly what this, and a comprehensive prevention, wellness prevention, where just the way you take your car or other devices you have in for a tune-up, perhaps once a year or twice a year, you may spend an hour in the system and just sort of tune up in so many ways. So as I said, I don't think this is available. Last time I checked, yes, it still says out of stock. And of course, there's another disclaimer here that you can, but this is on the Keshe Foundation store. And this is what he was referring to with Nick. I think he asked him if he took the wellness coverage or the insurance. So this is what we're talking about here. Okay, let's go back to our video and just complete this. We still have about 20 minutes. Alex, maybe in 20 minutes or 25 minutes, we'll be there with you.
Feel depressed, you will like to feel happy. And this is the next step in what we call digital communication, but through plasma. And for this reason, we bring new changes, new dimensions in what we call the process of creation, and is in a way important for us as a researcher and developer of the space technology to become part of this evolution.
And we look at some of these things and we say it's impossible, but this is space technology. This is not Mr. Keshe from this planet bringing this. He's not from this planet. He's from the universal community in so many ways as a universal teacher. And of course, as we know, the offer on the table is advanced space technology in exchange for peace. So yeah, you say these are all impossibilities to any matter state scientist, but this is not a matter state scientist. This is a universal teacher. And again, he's done this across the universe for millions of years, as he's purported to say.
We have what we call developed it, we have brought it in, and we have many people which we could not, in a way, give an answer to. But now we have the answer for. We have developed a specific materials for this purpose. So those of you who been waiting for evolution in the science of the wellness and in the evolution of technology, now you have it. Combination of the structures of years of research now is come into operation. If you have any condition, you can use the process to achieve in a simple way what was not achievable. This is the development technology. What this means? It means the cosmic ray combination or Obisu combination plus the transmutation plus the what we call the GANS patches, which we developed years ago and we tested with all of you, plus the knowledge from other aspects of the technology now is in our hand. And we worked on it to make it simple. And you can receive it, and you can see it, you can use it. If you look at this, this was the Keshe Foundation Exhibition Center. If you look,
Sorry, I just wanted to explain. Someone was asking earlier, well, they're selling just the headphone, but this is for other family members. You need the receiver sending unit and a pair of headphones come with it. This is the price here, 4,800 euro. If you want to add on your wife or your family or your children to this device, this is you would get an additional headphone, and he said it's unlimited the amount of headphones you can connect to one device. So just to say, wow, I'll save $2,800 by just getting the headphone, it won't work. You need the base unit and you need the headphones for this to work. But again, what he's doing in so many ways is short-circuiting this process by saying, I'll send you the material. You can hold it in your hand, connect with the headphone on your cell phone, and it will be very similar in a way to many conditions. So just to show you, this is the reason why you have a separate headphone and a separate unit here and headphone.
Look at this unit. You can see the unit always carry two pieces hanging on the side, which you used to sit and hold in your hand. Those two units connecting you to the headset now has been changed. Now you receive it as two what we call 10 centimeter bottles in your hand. Then you connect to the what we call the headphones and the earphones and cosmic ray units and the whistle unit into the system in the center, which this brings you and brings us a new dimension and very direct effect, because we tested this in depth with the groups of last Friday in how and where we need to connect in a very effective way, and we watched how people responded to us. They had no connection, others connected deeply, others found immense changes, and the process has been going on. So what you see now with this is the amalgamation of all the knowledges of the Keshe Foundation in the past years. In a way, if you understand, you see, you are sitting within the structure of the two technologies together. Here, they are next to each other. Now, the white unit on this side, this one, is part of you, comes to you, and it connects to you remote, and you connect to the system. And this has taken us 20 years to develop, and the effect of it is amazing.
So again, if you think you're going to make these products, or you can purchase them from someone who's made them other than the Keshe Foundation, you're basically fooling yourself, because it's not only the Ubisos unit, it's not only the Cosmic Ray bundle or the headphones and the patches and the materials in the rest of this. There's other aspects of the technology, I think, being employed that we're not even familiar with, or how to use it. Maybe we've heard some of the words, but we certainly don't know how to apply it. So that's why, if you're going to go for anything like this, you need to go directly to the Keshe Foundation. Everything else would seem like an imposter or an imitation. And again, people may want to try and cash you out. Even though the material looks the same or headphones look the same, it will not function the same way in the same manner. So just a word of caution to everyone. Go for the certified Keshe Foundation products, not someone who doesn't fully understand the totality and is offering something for sale.
I looked at some of the graphs which came in as part of this technology in the past few days, and I watched, when I put people through it myself, past couple of years, how they work. Now we have completed the technology. We have brought the technology in the point that all the sciences of the Keshe Foundation on the wellness, feeding, on what we call health application of the man in a space now has been brought together. And we needed this to complete the process of how you as knowledge seekers will connect anywhere in the universe, anywhere on this planet, for any need. And this brings us one step forward towards what we call the app system, because now we can see the changes and how things change and how you as people change, and you bring different conditions.
So as indicated, it's just getting one step closer to this app system. Yes, you'll have to pay for the app, but hopefully by the time it's all done, it'll be in the reach of every person on this planet. And as with the students, if you, in the private teachings of the Keshe Foundation, if you can't afford the fee for this, and you're a student or you just don't have the money and you want to join, you can indicate that. And so maybe this will happen to people who don't have much, but I think they'll be inexpensive enough to allow everyone. And there may be different price structures in different parts of this planet as well. Obviously the ones that are more affluent will pay more, and the ones that are less or have less resources, it'll be gratis, or you'll pay a very small fee. I'm sure it's all being set up in the background. We continue.
And so, as we announced today, you can contact the Wellness Center in Germany with doctors and join this. And this is a revolution in science and technology. This is more or less a step before the ultimate condition. I can see this to be a step up, maybe in the next 2 to 5 years, as 2 microchips, 2 miniature cylinders placed under your skin, nowhere that you can feel. And through this, with your connection to what we call communication systems, which we developed, and it's uniquely for Keshe Foundation, you can connect to the system to feed yourself to what you call the wellness of you. You feel depressed in one corner of the universe, you just connect directly to the system. And we invite you, and we have many people who like to join this, and to expand the knowledge, to bring the collection of all the research and development of the Keshe Foundation over the past few years. And this will bring us to a new understanding. This is a revolution in science of what we call the space travel. And in so many ways, the next step after this will be using this knowledge for transmutation. And I explain it to you when we come to it, when more data is available for our scientists to understand, to be able to carry this information forward.
And again, this is all going to be used in the transmutation process. And of course, he wants to show it in Isfahan, or we may see it in Washington as well, where people may be able to transmute in. Again, quite shocking. I don't think you'll see it on the front page of the New York Times, but I think a lot of people who are there and who are observing what the Keshe Foundation will do, it'll spread quite rapidly on those, let's call them inner circles around this planet, that what is here and what's been shown.
So what we started with you lot, if you remember, as a paint pen and a paint patch and a paint pad, and then as the universal units, and then at the head units, if we came to Austria, all now comes into one cycle, and with its effectiveness, with its operation, and with its delivery. And I hope we should be able to see our doctors to help many, many people very fast. And with this new technology, you do not need what we call the elaborate systems of the past. And you can see, in a way, as you know, there are 2 strings attached to this, which you hold in your hand. When you come, you can see them hanging here, very faint. Now you receive these 2 as a package, where you connected your headphones, and where you sat in this, now you do it with the headphones. In the Obeso system, when you look at the chairs, fields were built inside the system. Reactors were put inside the chairs. Now you receive that as the patches, which you already know how to make it and you know how to apply it. And then
Right, and these head units at one time a year or more ago were going to be sent to Arizona, but I guess there was some problem, and some of them were going to be dedicated to the troops that are suffering from post-traumatic stress syndrome, having this recurring sort of nightmares. But now, what he's saying here is this head unit is actually now become the headphones, which you all have. So we don't have to move them. Again, this is the idea of hospitals in a way without any patients, not physically in the hospital.
Once it's all connected, you will see the change in emotion. You change elevation of the soul. And it's amazing how this thing works. I have shown you systems that how we see the operation of the soul. And some data which has come up and pictures in the past few days from our research centers and the data we create and we control, it's very interesting to see how effective these are and how they change and how our knowledge seekers individually come to interact and how they change it and how they create new conditions for themselves. And in a way, we try to bring this into understanding of what we call a more dynamic system that our scientists and doctors in the near future can help and change the dimension of the physicality and life of many people, not only on this planet, but beyond, where we can reach now in a very simple system. In a space you don't need to dial, help me, I'm hungry, I'm thirsty. The system is embedded in your structure and is embedded in a field of strength in the what we call the soul of the man. And then we
It does look like it's going to be available for those in the universal community as well. As I think he said in one location where he says they suffer from the same sorts of maladies as the mankind does in a way. So perhaps this is it, or perhaps if you travel in a matter state craft and again, for feeding, for wellness, and so on and so forth. So this is beautiful developments, and the idea about it being so much faster, as I said earlier, Parkinson's in a matter of hours processed, cancer perhaps in a matter of hours processed, in a matter of seconds feeding millions. So this is the such advancement in this new type of structure that's being set up. And again, this is the end of it. It's really only the beginning.
we see the next step. And we see how in the near future, when we introduce the apps and what we call bypassing the artificial intelligence system, which they're talking about, because if you have this, you are the artificial intelligence system. And you don't need this to, or in a way, you don't need to be away from it, to be part of it. And you can see, I'll show you something which has come up from this week. If you remember.
Okay, I'm going to stop it here. Again, this started at about 1 hour and 7 minutes. So if you go into the workshop, you can listen to the whole announcement in a way. This is about a 30-minute announcement. I wanted to play the technology in exchange for peace, but I don't think we're going to get to that. I'm sort of anxious to have Alex come in, but before we invite Alex, let's do our Dome of Peace for just a few more minutes. Alex, hopefully you're still with us. Sometimes I get a little too long.
No, it's fine, Mark. Take your time, please.
Okay. Gosh, here we go. Okay. So we have something we can do and that all of you can participating in. Again, learning about your energies, learning about your capabilities in the matter state and in the energy state. And we're creating a dome of peace. This has been done probably in the universe as well, although he does say the the Ganses work differently in the universe, but maybe on other planets this was employed as well. I don't know, but he sort of jokingly said at one time, this is how you take over a planet, by releasing Gans water. So let's listen to this first part. I hope I have it at the...
I don't know if anyone want to read this, Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Thank you, Stefania. And again, this is something for our physicality to do. And he also mentioned along the way that this would actually connect the wellness centers together. So it's playing a role sort of hidden from us right now, but releasing these GANS materials into fountains or rivers or streams or just around where you live is in a way connecting wellness centers together. And of course, the Brazilians are doing it as well. The Chinese are doing it. It's happening in Russia. It's happening all over the planet in so many ways. And as he said, it's Sunday, 12 p.m., 6 p.m., CET or CEST, you can release plasma water and maybe a little GANS in there too. And it's something for our physicality to do. And if you're not sure on how to make GANSes, you can go to the KF Wiki and learn a little bit more or ask other knowledge seekers to assist you. It's quite simple, but again, this is what Newton was trying to do, transmutation of materials, which he showed us in these simple CO2 box. We call it simple, but again, it was beyond our capacity to really understand this. So you can join all of us together Sunday at 12 or 6 p.m. And you don't have to just do it on Sunday. You can release GANS waters at any time because they bring balance, they bring calmness, and they bring peace wherever they seem to go. They have quite a degree of intelligence. So that's the first step in creating the Dome of Peace. Now let's go to the second step where we use the power of the soul. And as Mr. Keshe said in the 5+1 negotiations, I'll handle the physicality. You practice on working with your soul or these energies, which again have, in a way, we knew they were there, but have never been able to pin it down in a way. And we still haven't fully, but we're getting closer and closer to understanding more of the work of, we're huge field generators and how not using the physicality, but using the energies within our own structure. As I like to quote that one where he said, we're opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. So here's the second step of the Dome of Peace.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls in here. Okay, I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANS waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the soul of humanity through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. M.T. Keshe.
Thank you, Stefania, and thank you, Shweta. So what we'll do now is something that we do every day when we think of it, and this is an invitation from the Universal Council that invites the Keshe family and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 9 p.m. Central European time, summertime, for the elevation of the souls of all leaders and the souls of totality of the Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. So this is the invitation. Again, it's not a formal meeting. It's just gathering together on the energy level. And this is what we're learning to do. Even the Universal Council is learning to use the wish and to bring the change, to see it manifest in the matter state just through the energies. So we're elevating the souls of all the leaders, the soul of totality. And again, we're not elevating a person, we're elevating their soul, that they can, in a way, I just wanted to mention, this is the Wednesday invitation by the Brazilian team where you can join in they have a daily intention and they also have a Wednesday intention at 6 p.m. CET or CEST, where you can gather in a Telegram or a Zoom meeting or on the internet, perhaps on the YouTube channel, I'm not sure, but there are many ways to connect. And this is an actual formal meeting where people are there. You can make comments, you can practice your intentions and join together. As Mr. Keshe said, collectively, we're much stronger than we are individually, at least at this point. So let's put up which we usually take. We'll take 2.5 minutes here. And again, maybe this is going to be changed in the future because Mr. Keshe is encouraging Iran to, in a way, walk away from the 5+1 peace negotiations, even though they're back at the table apparently now because of the technology surpasses the plasma technology surpasses what we call the nuclear technology. So Mr. Keshe is saying this is just a toy. And but at this point in time, let's continue with the elevation of the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, the soul of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the souls of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. So now that you know, you're responsible for it. And it's up to you whether you want to spend a second, a nanosecond. I like to think the regularity is more important than the amount of time you spend there. As he said, don't just do it once a day, do it all the time. So let's just collectively, in calmness, use our soul. Let's switch into that, in a way, energy dimension, which it should be quite natural for most of us because we're switching back and forth many times a day, or maybe even many times a second or a minute into the two-dimensional working. But right now, we're going to use the power of the souls, or our central energy, or the center, and spread the fields, that we elevate not only the souls of the world leader, but those who are operating behind the scenes or behind the curtain, actually just using the world leaders as spokesmen for their agenda. So let's take 2.5 minutes and work through this process. And again, nobody fails this test. So we all have different strengths and amounts of fields within us. Combining them makes a beautiful bouquet for elevation of the others, because you may have the field that just they need. I may not have that particular field on this particular day. So let's take 2.5 minutes and just practice this. And we invite you to join us on the soul level on a daily basis until we reach a permanent, peaceful planet and through all its inhabitants as well. Thank you. And thank you for your continued participation. Again, it's all up to you, but you can be working in the matter state. You don't have to have complete silence or anything like that, because the matter is not involved. But I just reached King Charles, President Putin, President Xi Jinping, Meloni in Italy, President Biden, Trump, the woman also running for office here. And again, if I had to do that in the matter state, I'd need millions of dollars and I might not even get an audience. But of course, I don't have millions of dollars to do that. But we're able, and each and every one of us is able to share our soul with them and elevate them. And as Mr. Keshe said, this is not a day job. This is something that's going to is a work in progress, and we're all learning how to do this. But it's just so amazing that we understand we can touch them remotely. And isn't that the way the wellness systems are working? Isn't that the way the aurora touched the earth? The sun didn't come here to make any changes or do anything. It just used its energies to provide the elevation. And now it's time to join with Alex for a very unique teaching, as he always does. We're proud and happy to have you with us here, Alex, today, continually, never missing a meeting, and continuing to share this knowledge of peace and prosperity for all. So thank you for joining us, and please take it away.
And thank you very much, Mark. A very fine job coordinating everything today. And so welcome everybody this beautiful Sunday afternoon. And I want to thank you all for being here. It's a very important time in our history. and we're making history today. So let's get into it, and please bear with me. We do have to eliminate one particular important aspect of it here. And just a moment. Here we go.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So welcome again, and I thank everyone who is representing us from the other continents, because it's not just a North American team meeting. This is we're part of the Earth community, and all of us are part of that Earth community. So here we are on the front lines, not only seeing what's transpiring, but we're very much intimately involved with what's going on, because this is basically this is the way it is. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. And we've been discussing basic transmutation. Today's topic is magnetical balance. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada, September the 29th, 2024. This is Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So as you see, it's been a continuation of a long list of classes. What we've been trying to do is to make this a welcoming experience for new knowledge seekers, because we have multiple thousands of hours of teaching that extends over a decade now in the public domain. And for a lot of people who are wondering, they've never heard about this before, and it's a matter of looking in the right place. We continually urge science to do the same things. And so if you keep looking in the wrong place, you keep getting the wrong answers. And so as we're not trying to be arrogant in that process, what we are trying to do is answer some questions that we've had on a lifelong basis. And in that process, it has upset our balance, really, because what we have been taught is not really the reality, because when we come down to applying that, what we're taught, there always seems to be some kind of little failing, and then we kind of gloss over it or fudge it, as we like to say. So it's unbalancing in our life. And of course, we all want to be grounded, and grounded, of course, means gravitationally balanced. We're going to talk about magnetical balance today and see what is the difference. So as we are understanding, we are on that hesitancy highway. And the reason we like to be on that hesitancy highway, even though it's the lowest energy state, and we know that life is a hard road to hoe, but as we are chasing our dreams. Maybe it's like chasing our tail like a dog. And so we find that what we are is what we give our time and attention to. And excuse me one moment, please. Just have to set up a thing differently. And
if you'd like, Alex, I can pause the recording until you
no,
adjust.
it's fine.
Okay.
It's you know, computers are a tool to assist us, not to dominate us. So, and this is the whole point. So we have now transferred the power back
Your
to
computer acting up?
you know, it's written by programmers.
Agree. Yeah. Yeah. They seem to have a mind of their own, don't they? At least that's what I've experienced.
Yeah. And we have to have not only a mind of our own, but we have to be mindful of others. And this becomes a problem because we are what we give our time and attention to. And if we're only focused on what we're doing, then we really limit our environment, if you will. And so we're always asking, well, what is it that we're um, having a purpose in life for, and is it a mission? And because our mission is based on what we give our attention to, then our mission is representation of our mission. And we want to ground ourselves, don't we? But do we really need to ground ourselves? Because regardless whether or not you're grounded, you're not sitting on the ceiling, you're sitting on the floor. And that's pretty grounding. So really what we want to ask ourselves, the true question is, can we balance ourselves? So as we're searching for outer space, this is the whole point. In our search, we want to maintain this balancing of the magnetical emissions. And this is reflected on the plasma highway to our little pie in the sky. And we say it's our little pie in the sky, but does it have to be that little pie in the sky? Who says? And you know, when you look at that little pie in the sky and you say, well, you don't want to be greedy. Well, it's not a matter of being greedy, and it's not a matter of being in control. It's a matter of being part of the outer space and the outer space community. And we don't have to work at it. We are already there, you see, because as it's been described in the books of Meron Tevakol Keshe, book number 1, the universal order of the creation of matter. So that discusses two things, of course, is the universal order of creation. And then, of course, there's the universal of matter. And then there's the creation of the matter. And so we have to understand that as grounding as it is to create this mag-grav condition, it stems from the magnetical balance of the transmutation process. And that transmutation process means that it's going from one place to another. So in book number 2, we see the structure of the light, which actually facilitates that. And it too has to be, well, magnetical in structure, because if you want to give, it has to go somewhere. And if you're not giving, then you're very grounded. So what happens in book number 3? The origin of the universe. And so we see the evolution of the growth and how it's manifested. And this growth is obviously necessary. So we were children, we were babies, in fact, and we grew up into be adults. And we go all our lives, and we don't know how that happened. And we don't know why it happened. And then some of us get a chance to seek our history, and then we wonder what is going on. And we see the divisiveness on this planet. And so what we've been trying to do is to bring our understanding together 345 weeks in a row with Rick Crammond and the Universal Council to bring understanding of one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace. So if it ever happens that you go to Mars and you say, well, where are you from? And if you say, well, I'm from Kentucky, and they say, well, which constellation is that in? And then you really have to answer a lot of questions. So when we try and understand our business, of course, we have the basic 10 commandments as we've all been taught, but now we see that there are commandments that haven't been taught. They have been hidden, if you will, and taught in some circles, but not in most circles. And also the problem is that there's not a completeness of the understanding. And we do know that the original tablets were broken, if you will, and no discussion here on how that happened. And so what we were looking at was the second act of the first act, shall we say, the follow-up, and not the original. And now we're seeing that there is an original, because that truth lies on the plasma highway. And this is something that we want to achieve. And to understand how we do that, we can't just make believe and work in magic and all sorts of metaphors and parables. We need some, shall we say, concrete knowledge. And so we've definitely dissected the basic knowledge of transmission. And on that transmission highway, there's frequency, and there's a lot of other physicality, and it's been limiting. And so we see the universe from that viewpoint. And the problem, of course, is our attitude towards that viewpoint. And so, just speaking for myself, it's always been a viewpoint of deficiency. In other words, we're always looking up. We're always looking at, shall we say, more advanced civilizations, not recognizing, of course, that we're the advanced civilization, and the advancement is the ability to transmit on the physical highway. And one of the benefits of that, of course, is the beauty of the life in a different form, but also one of the detriments of that is that it allows a delay in consequences. And so that leads to abuse. And that's where the problem is. So a lot of people are understanding that there is some kind of transition highway, which means that we weren't born with these intentions to abuse. We were born with the essence of the Creator, and we've adopted as an affectation the abuse on the physicality. And so many are now going through back to the transition highway and saying, I don't know where I fell off this highway, and I know that that highway exists because the practical application of everything that I know is deficient, has some degree of failure, some degree of lack, some degree of wanting. And all of this becomes part of the transmission highway. So the transition highway is something that has been missing, and we've discussed that because we need to go from that transition highway as a means of connecting us from the transmission highway to the transmutation highway. And getting to that transmutation highway, we've been discussing that in the basic form. So first of all, we had to understand that it exists. And second of all, we know that we have this feeling. And so when we look at our MAGRAPH pie chart and we have all these energies coming together, and we see that, there's something missing, because we're only seeing just a part of the pie. We're not seeing the rest of it. So what we do know scientifically is that the speed of light is the constant transmission, but mysteriously the speed of light has a variable transition. And so we're just wondering if the speed of light is just part of the pie, or is our understanding just a part of the pie? And, which part is it? So if we get down to basics, which is the universe, and we see that the universe is 99% hydrogen, are we reluctant to admit that it's 100% hydrogen? Or do we always have to make a reservation because the rest is garbage? Or is that rest the conflict between affinity and prejudice? And so, in our understanding of the terminology, what we find is that the X, Y, and Z axis are all part of 3 dimensions. And as we've discussed, 3 dimensions of transmission. And so, if we are going to go through a transition, we have to have 3 dimensions of transition. And so, I think you're starting to see the pattern as we've been discussing this transmutation in the basic classes here, is that it is just one of the transmutation dimensions. And so these dimensions are actually the medium, aren't they? Because they're certainly not the message. And so we've been constantly talking about the surface to volume ratios, and it's a very basic philosophy, and I've used that extensively for the purposes of my grounding. And I'll tell you why that's been so important is because it was repeated so many times. And I never understood the significance of it. But one thing I did notice that each and every time I was in a class, this became an important point. And I'm talking about physics classes. And yet, this point was never emphasized in the conventional teachings. And so I wondered why. And then to understand it, I didn't understand synergy, although I did understand teamwork. And so I think we all understand teamwork. If all the team players work together, then 1 and 1 becomes more than 2, doesn't it? You know, then that added bonus that you get from the collection of all the parts is synergy. And so that synergy arrives from the bringing together of all those forces. But in science, you don't lose those forces. You continue to enjoy those forces, and you continue to enjoy the benefits of the forces. And of course, each force is not the same. So when we say 1 plus 1, the ones are not the same one. We don't know which one it is, but you take one and then you take another one and you add them together, and you get more than 2 because you still have the 2 ones. So now you've created more. So in other words, you have the 2 feeding dimensions, and then you get 3 feedback dimensions. The feedback from the first feeding dimensions and the feedback from the new feeding dimension. And then, of course, we are the observers. And of course, anything that we don't understand, you know, we just kind of fudge it. So, and that's been okay up until now, but it's not a matter of being so precise. It's a matter of being accurate. Because when you look at our existence, you see that there's a variety. And if there is a variety, that means there is no one answer. And we see this happening very, very directly as we do the cups of life. And as we've so often said, they weren't the cups of the pandemic, but the dividend of the pandemic, of course, was to introduce the cups of life. And we found that as we were engaging in the nanocoding process of the monatomic science, we were able to discover this core space that was within our inner space, and it manifests itself into forms of strength. One was the emotional strength of the white GANs from cup number 1, and one was the physical strength from the copper GANs in cup number 2. And then we find that those 2 work together in what we call the cups of man, because man is a combination of the emotional and physical components. And that includes men and women. So, not to discriminate. And speaking of discrimination, when we look at the cups of life, we find that we have the radiance manifestation of a variety of ganses, including CO2 GANs, calcium GANs, zinc and copper GANs, and amino acid GANs and H2O GANs, which are molecular in their structure. And then, of course, now we see that we have gold GANs. Well, as a matter of fact, we have a whole host of earth ganses. And as a matter of fact, even though we have been playing around in our kitchens at home with the ganses, Earth has been playing around with all the other details and has been doing a very, very good job. So as these elements have been isolated, we find that the Earth has been exhibiting its own kind of prejudice. We're going to put copper there, we're going to put gold there, we're going to put oil there, and, we call these mines, and each of those mines becomes a fountain of commercial benefit in that particular element. And so we develop this prejudice. And that's why I call it the periodic table of prejudice. Now, that's pretty important, though. It's not meant as a derogatory thing, because if we didn't maintain a prejudice, let's say, for instance, if our kidney wasn't prejudiced, we wouldn't have a kidney. We'd have a kidney mixed in with a whole bunch of other stuff. And what kind of kidney would that be? So fortunately, the kidney is prejudiced, but so is the liver, and so are the lungs. And so we have these different organs. And then within these organs, we have different organelles. And so these organelles are contributing to the different organs of the body and of course, enhancing the prejudice. But they're not prejudicial in how they distribute the prejudice. They don't say, we are going to emphasize the copper today, and tomorrow we'll do some gold. Or we're just going to do some pancreas today, and maybe we'll get around to the heart tomorrow. Doesn't work that way. So we find that there is no prejudice in the universe. It's a man-made construct. So, but what is prejudicial is the gravitational conformation of that construct. And so although it's not visible to us, we do have a fingerprint, and that is the emission spectrum of hydrogen. And so that hydrogen is a gravitational conformation of the energies coming from the magnetical forces of the sun and the magnetical forces of the earth and the magnetical forces of the universe as well. So that becomes the grounding, if you will, of the totality. And then from there, we get the grounding with the gravitational conformation on this planet. And from there, we develop the periodic table of prejudice. And then, of course, we see that hydrogen is an important component of water. And so we see that we can get different kinds of prejudice of water based on its susceptibility. And that susceptibility is reflected in the pH chart. We call it pH for potentiation of hydrogen, and it goes through 14 stages and goes from acidic to alkaline. And all points in between reflect its susceptibility. And so our planet is based on this. And this is how it does it. But it has to bring together these dimensions of the x-axis through rotation, the y-axis through its polarity, and the z-axis through its interdependence between the x and the y-axis. And then that becomes the emission spectrum. And as we see that the Earth is rotating, and of course, we are moving along the ground in our own x-axis transmission. And we're not rotating. It seems to be going in a linear fashion, but of course it's not. We're following the curvature of the Earth. And so when we look at the potentiation of hydrogen, the most important thing to understand is that this prejudice has arrived based on what they call the conservation of energy, which means that if you were to, we are bringing, not if, but we are bringing hydrogen and oxygen together, in that process, we don't always get the same thing. The pH of the water can change. And so the pH means that there's an acidic content and there's an alkaline content. And at the point of 7, which is neutral, the acidic content could be pH of 7, but so could the alkaline. And so we have to recognize that at the pH of 7, we really don't know if it's alkaline or acidic. And so we say that it's neutral. But how can you say that? The only way you can say that is if you combine the two. So the 7 acidic and the 7 alkaline coming together gives you a pH of 14, and that is the pH scale. So what that means is that if we continue in that vein and keep splitting the water by different potentiation layers, so in other words, if you have a pH of 6, in order to maintain that pH level of 14, then the opposite pH would be 8. And so we understand we create both. And 5 and 9, we create both. And 4 and 10, we create both. And in all cases, it's 14. And somehow these pH levels are changing, and this all becomes part of the y-axis transition. And we wonder, well, where does that come from? And so we find that that is a transition balancing that's going on. A balancing game? Really? And, we like to be grounded in our gravitational context. But you can't be grounded gravitationally if you're not grounded magnetically. And so we play this game. And maybe we say, oh, you know what? Life is a card game. And so maybe we'll get a chance to play this game. What game would we like to play? Well, one of the games we like to play on Earth is poker. Yes, life is a poker game. And so if you want to have good poker players, then we need to call all the liars together. So may the best liar win. And of course, the best liar is also the best deceiver. So may the best deceiver win. Okay, so let's bring those all together. And of course, as we bring all the poker players to the table, they all have to ante up. It's not free. The entry's not free. You have to, you have to pay to play, if you will. Okay, because you cannot play without any consequences. So that is a fact. Isn't that interesting? And those consequences are immediate. Isn't that interesting? And so, before we deal the cards, we'd like to cut the deck first. And so we'll get back to this game a little bit later. So we're talking about balance. And so it becomes a balance as a two-way street. So the acidic condition actually becomes alkaline forming, and the alkaline condition becomes acidic forming. And so all the balance points of susceptibility in between become a balance point between the magnetical and gravitational field forces. So we're talking about the balancing of both. So the one field that we really understand is the matter plasma. But there are two aspects of it. And one is that we have this physical state, which is very gravitational because we can touch it and see it. But we also have this magnetical state. We can't touch it or see it. But in both cases, we are feedback dominant. because our reality is based on our matter plasma dimension. And so as we see our matter state, we kind of claim that it's an affirmation of life. But in reality, it's actually a denial of life because we're only seeing part of the picture. And that part is embarrassingly maybe only 5%. And who's to say that that's an accurate number? What difference does it make? It's very, very small. Our understanding of our existence is very, very small. But that's not such a bad thing because the universe is created from energy and energy is very small. So the realization is that energy can grow into something very large. And so we can't stop this energy. The energy is always in motion and is always positive. So the charge, in fact, positive and negative, reflects on the direction. And that's the direction of motion. And if there's a direction of motion, there's a coming to and a going from. And as we see in the cover of The Structure of Light, in book number 2, we see it comes from one mag-grav condition to another mag-grav condition. But in our matter plasma understanding, we go from one place to another place. But in the plasmatic understanding, we have to recognize that these places don't have to be in the same energy state. And so we have to recognize that the manifestation of the physicality doesn't just come from the physical state, but the manifestation of the physical state comes from the plasmatic state. Because it's in the plasmatic state that we can take these energy packs we call energy in motion and put it in a parcel. And then we can see that there are field forces from these energy packs. And so we see that not only are they balanced between the magnetic and gravitational field forces, but there are also directions of flow. And so those directions of flow are what we call the negative positive. And so in the negative charge principle, the negative gives and the positive takes. And of course, we like to give and take from ourselves, don't we? After all, we are playing poker, right? So we want to take the pot, the whole thing. And so that becomes the binding energy where we run around in circles, giving and taking from ourselves and stealing from others. But energy can also be flowing. And we have to understand that if we want to advance. And not only that, but we have to understand that there are sequences. So the gravitational feedback is the laws of attraction, and the magnetical feeding is the laws of repulsion. And we are the last man standing. We make the choices. You know, mommy's not there playing poker with you. You are the poker player. And so you can turn on and turn off the feeding, or you can increase or decrease the strength of your hand, or you can enhance or diminish your positioning. But unlike in poker, where the stronger eats the weaker, in the plasma science, the stronger feeds the weaker. And the reason for that is because that's how life is created. So when we look at this energy parceling unit, we see a great inequality. We see the mass of the oxygen very large compared to the mass of the hydrogen, and yet we have a round mag-grav, and this is a balance. We're talking about the magnetical balance and the gravitational balance, and so the magnetical and the gravitational relationship are also in balance. And you know, when we look at the mathematician Dino Kraspedon, and he was talking about a mathematical residue. We are the mathematical residue, aren't we? And God is a set of mutually perpendicular lines of force oscillating upon themselves. And so we find that the energy goes from one point to another point, but since it goes in 3 dimensions, it has to follow a different path. And if it follows a different path, can it arrive at the same destination? So when we look at the crystalline structure in the physical state of the periodic table of prejudice, we find that there are paths that link up the 3 dimensions. So there is a choice, there's a selection process, and if you will, there's also prejudice. But the bottom line is that all come from one corner, one connection, and arrive at another corner and another connection. And the determination of the beginning of the trip and the determination of the ending of the trip are the divergence of the energies from one corner and the convergence of energies to the other corner. And it is on that point that we have transmission. That's fine in the physical state. We call the physical state the atomic state. But we find that we can nanocode our atomic state. It becomes monatomic. And then we can go to the GAN state. And all 3 of these states are physical, but they also have an affinity. So they have a prejudice and they have an affinity. And so this all becomes part of the matter-gen convergence susceptibility. And it's this MAGRAV energy transfer state that goes between these states. And there's a conservation of energy. So there's always a balance. So there's a gravitational balance. There's a magnetical balance. But the question becomes, is can we balance between the states? And how do we know which way we're going? And if we are going, can we maintain that balance? If the only reference of our balance is being grounded, well, as they say, you ain't going anywhere. So when we look at the energy parceling units and we see the hydrogen being sheared off as an electron and it's looking for a partner, it leaves behind the hydroxyl, and it too is looking for a partner. And so there's always a combination of energies, and that is a conservation of energy as energy in motion and physical manifestation. And in that process, you go through a crossover, or it could be a deflection. Either way, there would be a twisting, and that twisting can manifest itself in a tightening, a coiling, or a tunneling, if you will. And so all of these are energy packs in motion. And we haven't decided where they're going, but we know that there's a susceptibility that they're going somewhere. So when we look at the Earth and we said, okay, well, here's the principal energy flow, we find that energy in motion is a two-way street. There's a two-way transmission and a two-way transition, but we are still the blue planet. We are still the water planet, and that's our characteristic. And so we emit those forces because that's what we are. But there is another emission, as we know, the emotional context. And so if we emit what we are, well, we can't emit our physicality, because then we will be losing that part of the physicality. But what we are is a manifestation of motion. So we can emit the emotion and not lose what we are. And this, what we're emitting, it becomes part of the energies that are traveling through the universe. And then these energies, having left a point, come together at another point. And the reason they come together is because of a common denominator. So these energies that travel through the universe we call them PM ticks. And when they come together, and it only takes two to start, you have the X and the Y axis, but you have to create a field. And in order to create the field, you have to take the X-axis transition and the Y-axis transition and transition it into the Z-axis transition, which is the field capture. And now you have the three dimensions. And so as the energy in motion is in the motion within that field, the thing is that that field is also in motion. And so it's changing its position. So what is the difference in changing of that position? So we find that the energy keeps coming. And that energy that keeps coming has all the basic components of the matter energy, dark matter energy, and the antimatter energy, all of which are in different strengths, all of the different energy levels, and all coming from different locations. And so they keep coming, and they come together, keep coming together. And so we see the manifestation of the principal matter, the PM ticks, as they bring together what we call the principal matter, transition matter, and convergence matter, and convert it into a plasmagen MAGRAV state. It isn't until that MAGRAV state interacts with another MAGRAV state and manifests its gravitational position and becomes an inertia field. And that inertia field is your gravitational balance. Now, you cannot maintain a gravitational balance without having a magnetical balance. Because when you look at how the rotating field works together, it's not in a circle, it's in a spiral. And so there are gravitational fields and there are magnetical fields, and they're passing by each other. And so we have, shall we say, a spiral magnetical field and a spiral gravitational field, but they're intertwined. And so when we shuffle the cards, we could say that if you take the two halves of the deck that you cut and you interlace them, and maybe they're intertwined, and in this kind of format, you say, well, there's a linear interaction. But we know that we have rotating hemispheres of this planet, and these fields are interlaced and intertwined, but they have spherical interaction. And so if we're looking at this interaction, we say that if you stood on the North Pole and you look at the field rotation of the northern hemisphere, it would rotate in a counterclockwise rotation. And if you stood on the South Pole and you looked at the southern hemisphere, in other words, looking down on the southern hemisphere, it would be in a counterclockwise rotation. So we have a spherical interaction of a counterclockwise rotation in the north and the south. But if you're standing in the northern hemisphere and looking all the way down, taking into account the rotation of the northern hemisphere in a counterclockwise rotation, and you would see that the southern hemisphere is rotating in a clockwise direction. And does not create a conflict. And so when we understand our emission of attention and the emission of intention, we find that the emission is the launch point and it goes to a target point, and that target point returns from its launch point back to our target point. And so when we look at the emission of our physicality, we call it the aura. The dynamic plasma interaction is then beyond the aura. It's one aura to another aura. So the thing we didn't say was, what is the gravitational context? We're having exclusive reference to the magnetical context. And as a result, because of this giving and taking of energy, we're talking about the magnetical balance. So let's go back to our rotating fields, and we find that these rotating fields have an aura. And that aura then becomes the emission of intention. So the rotating hemispheres on the one sphere create a unified emission. And the rotating hemispheres of a target point create a unified reception. And in order to balance that off, it has to launch its own unified emission to our target point. And so this is a constant process. And we don't get a chance to choose which one it is, because we can't just eject from the universe. We can't just pull it out, let's say, like with tweezers, just grab onto our little tiny perfect world and just pluck it from the universe. We are always part and parcel of that universe. And it doesn't matter if we're within those three dimensions or we're the observer, fudger, fourth dimension, looking at the whole thing, we're still there. So the show has to go on. And one of the shows is the black hole show. And again, what's interesting, as we said, if you stand on top of the North Pole and look down, you would see counterclockwise rotation. But if you stand on the Southern Pole and look down, you would also see a counterclockwise rotation. So when these two come together and they are intertwined or interlaced, and they have this spherical interaction of these supposedly two counterclockwise rotations, there is no friction, but the coming together of the interaction becomes a black hole. So now you have a different context. This becomes your inertia field. And from that inertia field, you can now develop a balanced field. And we see that exclusively as a gravitational balanced field. Where is the magnetical balanced field? So if we shuffle the deck a little differently, and so it doesn't become a linear interaction, it's a spherical interaction, but if we just change the angular interaction, then we find we're able to, shall we say, interstitially integrate these interacting hemispheres. And so along one pathway, there's a gravitational interaction, and along another pathway, there's a magnetical interaction, and there's no friction, but there is an angular interaction. let's talk a little bit more about these angular interactions, because as we said, we have multiple points and we have connections from a point to a point. But if we take that connection from one point to another point and put it together with other fields that are doing the same thing, going from one connection of one point to another point, and they establish a relationship, then one of the things we want to look at is that each method of travel is a form of engagement. So when we say disengagement, we were talking about the opposite kind of engagement. But as we said, you can't extricate yourself from the universe, so undisengagement is impossible. But what is possible is that you take the travel for the Z, Y, and X axis here, and you just flip them. So we still have engagement, but it's opposite. And in that opposite engagement, it creates a disengagement. And so we see that this polar flipping and how it in fact affects our DNA positioning, because the DNA is the same in each and every cell. So if the DNA is the same, it cannot be what is accounting for the variety. It cannot be what is contributing to the uniqueness. The only thing that is contributing to is that it's within the field. But within the field, we have the soul of the man, the emotion, the physicality, the soul of the body, and a whole bunch of other things. And they're constantly flipping around. And of course, we know everything, and the ancients knew nothing, even though in the Chinese teachings, they already had the 64 codons, and they were basically set up as on and off switches. And they were in pairs. And so basically, it all had to do with flipping of each pairs. So on the one hand, it would be on, and the other hand, it would be off. And each of them was able to be flipped. And so when you look at the combinations, you see there are 64 combinations. And isn't it interesting? We have the same type of relationship in our DNA. And this information has been around for over 2,000 years. Boy, were they ever backwards back then? How did they achieve that without the old advanced technology that we have with microscopes and funny things? So when we're talking about these multiple fields, we were saying that each field has a connection from one point to another point. And so these are the grounding connections, aren't they? Because you start at one grounded point and you arrive at another grounded point. And of course, so these grounding points become gravitational connections. And each of these fields have it. And so each of these fields have this connection from 3 dimensions. But what if we were just to change the reference a little bit? What if we were to remove the field? What if we were just to look at the connection? Could we say that the magnetical connection from one field and the magnetical connection from another field and the magnetical connection from another field could come together in, say, a star formation? Maybe if we look at the connections from point to point, maybe we can look at the base of the star formation as the grounding connections, right? The gravitational connections. But the connection of that base to the peak of the star formation, those are the magnetical connections. And so if each field chooses to have its own path, and it only represents one part of that dimension, and then the other one has to select another part of that dimension, and the third one has to select another path. And so you find a divergence of all from the point of grounding to the point of connection, achieve the balance of going from the gravitational balance point to the magnetical connection point in its balance state. So if we see then the frozen Gantt ball, we see the gravitational core. That becomes the cornerstone of the Gantt. And from there, the magnetical hairline emanates. And they rotate in hollow tubes. But the fields themselves don't rotate. There's just a roundness to the multi-directional emission. And they all seem to be well organized and, shall we say, in magnetical balance. So this is what we're looking for. We're looking for anchorage as some kind of commemoration or some kind of idolatry etched in stone. And if it is etched in stone, we can suggest that as an acknowledgement, as confirmation. And so here we are, confirmed on the third rock from the sun. And so that becomes the emission of declension, the lowest energy state, where what you see is what you get. And yet the stone has a soul. And unfortunately, it doesn't have much of a magnetical field strength. It's, shall we say, grounded. So the conservation of variability becomes a manifestation of the independent variables. And through that process, not only is there a gravitational stability, which manifests in the grounding, but there's a magnetical stability, which manifests in the magnetical balance of the giving of the field forces. And they are equally as important, despite the fact that they're weaker in relative strength to the gravitational field force that is taken into account at that particular point. In other words, when we're looking at the z-axis transmission dimension, which is the Magrav condition, to decide which field strength it is, it has to come from the gravitational stable point at the core and becomes a magnetically stable point on the pH table. In other words, the transmission, elemental susceptibility is the magnetical balance field of the gravitational grounding. At that point, in that position. And so here we are in terms of grounding, just discussing the cornerstones of science to understand the nanotechnology and even the pico technology. What is the relationship with the GANS technology and the plasma technology? Where does their soul fit in? And so we find that all of these are channels for the emission of intention. And in our physicality, all we are working on is the feedback summary of all the touchy-feely things. And then we see that humanity is quarantined in this spherical earth space. But we are not quarantined in the transmutation of life. We have to understand that we have this gravitational confirmation of life on this planet because of the gravitational confirmation of oxygen. And oxygen, too, has its gravitational footprint, the emission spectrum in color, identifying its unique position. But it came from the same place that the hydrogen came from, didn't it? And that was the magnetical balance of the sun and the magnetical balance of the earth and the magnetical balance of the universe. And that all contributed to the gravitational balance of the oxygen. And I thought the gravitational balance was the base of the star formation. The base of this gravitational confirmation is the convergence of the magnetical balance of these other three force fields. And these other three force fields of the magnetical balance fields balance off the singular gravitational field force. It seems like an upside down star formation, and that's exactly what the process is. So when we're looking at the transmission spectrum, we're looking from the non-visible speed of plasmatic rotation to the speed of the visible transmission spectrums. So it's a transition from one spectrum susceptibility to another. So what we're seeing is the superficial physicality, but it is a manifestation of the internal substance of the plasma substrate. And so it all contributes to the gravitational and magnetical balance of the field forces. But when it's in that point of containment of that plasmatic interaction, and when it manifests in the physicality, then it becomes part of the visible color spectrum. But the visible color spectrum is only a part of the electromagnetic spectrum. And that only takes us to the ends of this spectrum, as it does to the ends of the pH scale, but does not account for what is beyond. And we can go one step beyond in both directions. So when we're looking at the principal matter interaction, we find that it's not only interacting within the field, but it's interacting within the different energy levels within that field. And we're shuffling the deck, aren't we? So we have the equatorial interaction along with the polar interaction, along with the other fields. So our gravitational interaction along with the magnetical interaction of our neighbors. And are our neighbors only next door? So it isn't by distance. It isn't by location. That position is by nearness and proximity. And so the cornerstone of connection is this magnetical balance. And this magnetical balance is a reflection of our emotion, and the emission of the emotion is the connector. So everything is based on these relationships to maintain this balance of a Magrath condition. And it's a balance. It's not a neutral. It's just a magnetical gravitational balance. So we can't just be saying scientifically speaking, and we can't just say spiritual speaking. We have to bring the two together. And so the plasma science intends to do that and thereby adding to the knowledge, not erasing or diminishing, clarifying perhaps, but most importantly, adding to the knowledge so that we understand that susceptibility conservation is based on the balance on the left side and the right side of the equation. And the equation talks about equality, the equality between the gravitational susceptibility balance and the magnetical susceptibility balance. So then we see the principal interaction then extends to the two-way emission of intention between two fields. And those fields cannot or do not have to be in the same energy level. So we know that the sun field is in a higher energy state than the Earth's field. And yet the two are interacting on a daily basis. And fortunately for us, it's unconditional. So within our conditioned state, so we have this atomic magrav state, and we have this monatomic nano state, and a polyatomic GaN state, and this plasma field state. And then we have these states in between. And from these states, we can go between to one step beyond or one step back, except when we get into the lowest energy state, where do we go there? We have this barrier. Well, we can cross that barrier and go one step beyond. We know we can go one step beyond the other. And so we are in the process of going one step beyond. And the first step was the Sanya conference in the spring of 2024. And we found that gold in them Dar hills. And in fact, those hills were in our pocket. How easy is that? So we all make a path choice. It's based on path link and susceptibility. So the emission of attention balances off with the emission of retention and interacts to create the emission of intention. And there is no friction. There is no point of conflict. There is a conflict resolution and there's a point of containment. So this point of containment that we call energy binding on a self-serving basis is very important, but not when we do it at the expense of others, because it actually does burden us, because now we interfere. And when you interfere, there are consequences. So they become binding. So when the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, you create a binding zone. But it's not a conflict point, because a conflict point is baggage, and a binding zone is part of the creation. And part of the creation is what the creation is about. That's the plasma rule. That takes us from the Earth-space gravitational field, which is our present physical manifestation point, and as we target outer space to get into that some other space, and it too has a gravitational manifestation point, but there's this point in between, this what we call materialization and dematerialization process, which is a flopping of the gravitational to magnetical balance to the magnetical to gravitational balance. And it's all equal, and it's all part of the reality dimension. And it manifests itself wherever we want to be, wherever we choose to be. And so we have to have our antennas up, because this choice that we make is based on what we're feeding. And it's also based on what we accept as part of the feedback. So we have to tune to the proper transmission if we want to affect any kind of transition. And understand that if we select one force that is magnetically balanced, it forces another gravitational force. And it too has to be balanced. but the resulting selections to feed the Magrav manifestation, which has to be balanced also. So the selection manifestation is predetermined, and we can do that. We can predetermine it by choosing the peace dome of intention. So the emission of intention affects the standard folding deviation of everything in the creation, leaves no room for war. And that's why the transmutation manifests in balance with the peace dome. So the plasma balance, of course, is affected by the knowledge and wisdom, and that can give you a deeper insight, but experience will change your perspective and allows you to reflect on life. And when you do, you can see that misconduct becomes really harder to rationalize, and any historic reference to that becomes meaningless, because the pH balance is a polar balance. The plasma balance is uncut. And the dependence of any state and the transcendence is also uncut. So the speed of rotation of any field is interdependent and manifests in both plasma states and matter states. So if we were to chart the pH of magravs, we find that there are many points on the prospective state, and the speed of rotation affects the transmutation transition. And of course, our blue planet is affected greatly with the spilling of the red blood. So there are many points in the field strength of the dove, aren't there? All inclusive. All inclusive. Inclusive includes all. And so we find with the transmutation test that we're undergoing now, we're waiting for the fourth and final session of this 4-month, 4-session program. So and maybe once we complete that, we can take our training transmutation wheels off. And maybe, as the scientists are asking, how do we learn more? So there are research teams needed to make more discoveries, because what we've discovered is basically what we don't know. Not that we've discovered what we don't know, is we've discovered that we don't know it. And that is what makes us so sad. And we've been trying for 557 knowledge seekers workshops and 557 weeks in a row to transcend the limitations of nuclear science, because it has been limiting. Nuclear science is obsolete. We're looking for the greater oneness that takes us from that one point and takes us to the other point with magnetical balance. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. Welcome, all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. It requires the World Peace Treaty. There's no poker playing in outer space, you see. There's no deception. Liars and cheaters cannot sit at the table. So sign it with true intention. And sign it with a pen as a gravitational confirmation, and sign it with your soul as a magnetical confirmation. And so as we understand the historical calendars, they spiral as pointers to how our x-axis sphere was created. And we find that man is a reactor of a three-dimensional universe. And can man find heaven through the field transition? Yeah, of course. And can man go into outer space without a peace dome? Yeah, of course not. And can man transmute through the dimensions of history? Yes. as we're seeking magnetical balance of the physical transmission dimensions and learning how to spell at the same time. Plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the Peace Dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And not only does that end the lesson, but it also ends the basic transmutation series. I hope you all enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex. Another interesting presentation. Let's see if any of the participants would like to perhaps ask a question or take exception to anything you've said. I think you can handle any exceptions as well. So let's just see if anyone would like to join the conversation.
I'd like to know what gambling casino Alex went to this week. Get all them playing cards. Did he make any money?
Maybe they're not playing cards. Maybe they're tarot cards. I don't know. But yeah, when I had heard about gambling in the past, I was never a poker player or a card player other than maybe cribbage. I think I learned that game and maybe setback or something. But in the gambling, let's say you've got 5 people around the table. I think you had that set up there on one of your slides, Alec. But the money just moves from one person to another. Nothing is really created. So in a way, this gambling or this poker really reinforces what we're doing, one taking from the other. And then it ends up one has more and the others have less. And so again, in this gambling and this poker playing, nothing is created. The money just moves from one player to the other. Maybe a couple people come out on the positive end, or one person does, but the rest end up losing. And this is not anything of what the Keshe Foundation is, although there may be card playing in space for fun or a win-win situation just to enjoy the game. But again, it's the same sort of thing. I take from you, or because I'm a more sophisticated player, therefore I know I can bluff you. And I see how your facial expressions are in the rest of this. So, but again, this is not the ethos. Yeah, there we go. The money just moves from one player to another. If they all start out with $100 and then at the end one person has 500 or 600, nothing was created. The money just moved from one person to the other. So in a way, this just reinforces our current structure, doesn't it? I take from you, or because I'm a better player, I'm superior and therefore I deserve to have more than you.
Oh yeah, and not only that, but that makes you a better liar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's the object of the game, isn't it?
Yeah, they said you can sort of read, and again, I don't know how they do that, but maybe they do read the expressions or the tells, I think they call it that, of the person is fidgeting or his eyes are shifting, or maybe he comes up with a big smile on his face and he's got 2 or 3 winning cards already in his hand.
Well, the obvious thing is that when you're talking about the skill in being able to read a person, so the obvious thing is that it involves more than physicality. So the game of poker is actually in its physical form, but the most skillful players are playing in their non-tangible matter state form.
Almost like a psychologist in a way.
Oh, definitely, definitely. And the big problem, of course, with that is that it's in a non-tangible state, and we can still participate in that state, obviously. And that is the dilemma. that is the shall we say, the holy grail of those who are in the warmongers, because they can, shall we say, dabble in the non-tangible state without compromising their physical misguided principles. So how do we resolve that? So you can't play poker in outer space because all the members have the skill to read. So there is no bluffing, and then so the game becomes kind of pointless. But then again, there's no money in outer space either. So the whole purpose of the game is to get money, right? So, actually, so the whole idea of the poker game is that the winner takes all. So, it's the opposite of Russian roulette, right? In Russian roulette, 5 out of 6 doctors think that Russian roulette is a fun game. And in poker, only 1 out of 6 thinks it's a great game. We haven't decided which one. But the point of the matter is I was involved in a poker game once, and everybody won that day. And why was because we had a chap, and this is a true story. The guy had just come back from vacation to Mexico, and Mexico, of course, likes to have a lot of jewelry, and a lot of it is made from silver and is high purity, and was extremely cheap. I mean, extremely cheap. So Mexico is almost considered like the dollar store of the silver jewelry market. And as he was in his excitement showing us all the jewelry, of course, he had to show his wallet, which was filled with money that he didn't have to spend on that cheap jewelry. So we took it all. It only took half an hour. And the amount of money that we took was more money than each of us brought to the table. So the poor guy told us a story for half an hour and had to leave. And I know it sounds cruel, but gee whiz, everybody was happy that day. So he was the only one who wasn't unhappy. He was the only unhappy one. But actually, the sad part of that story, which is going to lead me into another story, and I beg your indulgence, is that he was oblivious to the fact that, he didn't care that he lost all his money, because he himself felt that he was a inherent winner, because he bought thousands of dollars worth of jewelry for peanuts. And so he had, abundant money. So the fact that he lost, more than a week's wages in half an hour at the table, he was really not very upset about it. And of course, he didn't realize that everybody was kind of ganging up on him, because it was just like, well, that there was fresh meat in the house, right? So we all wanted to get our share, and we did, and it was amazing how efficient we were. We all kind of adopted a piranha attitude. But what is interesting, of course, is that it's a very malicious game, and of course it's based on intention. And there was as you know, in Las Vegas, they have contests. So they make it a form of entertainment, and it's winner takes all. And of course, to really sweeten the pot, the house throws in an extra sweetener. And so we're talking about millions of dollars being on the table. And the players are basically just playing with house money, trying to win this pot. And of course, there's no, well, there were alternate prizes. So there was a lot of incentive for people to come in. One gentleman won the whole pot. and he became, quite the star. And he was quite excited, very proud of himself as well. And he said, well, now I've made the money that I need to improve the quality of my life. And so he went what I would term a game of chance, a game of intrigue and no guarantees of winning, right?
He became a farmer, let me guess.
He became a real estate, not a real estate agent, but a real estate mogul. He got in the real estate business. And I think we would all agree that that's a very stable type of business. Would you agree? And yet he lost his shirt.
Can be, depending on what market
he lost
you're
the
in.
whole fortune.
Yeah, sure.
But he lost it by his own hand. And so he hadn't been at the poker game for a couple of years because there was no need, right? He had the money. So now he was going to go into a legitimate business with the gambling money and run his real estate business. And there he lost all the money that he won at the poker game. So what does he do? He comes back to the poker game so that he could win his fortune again, which of course he didn't. But it just goes to show you the arrogance that he felt, that he was such a good poker player that he could just come and go as he pleased. And if he needed more money, he could just go to the poker game and basically rely on it on something very stable, like, a business. Oh, how about a job? Isn't that why people go to work with a job? Because they get a paycheck at the end of the week. And in most cases, that check is stable, reliable, and regardless of the work that you do all week, you're still going to get that check, So where is that check in doubt? Or where is the reward in doubt? Well, let's look at a soldier of fortune. They are in it for the money. Will they get to spend that money? If they're lucky, I guess. And then if they are lucky to get out of the war, will they find true happiness, or will they find trauma with their soul? And then when they look at that bank account and the winners that they are from that game, the poker game of war, they find that they're the losers. And not only are they the losers, but they worked for losers, because those losers had all the money and they used that money to run the war. And the problem with that method of operation is failing to understand that when you lose your health and when you lose your happiness, nothing else matters.
Agree. I heard an interview this week on InfoWars with Robert J. O'Neill, one of the most famous Navy SEALs in the world. And he's the one that supposedly had shot Osama bin Laden and the rest. But he said up to about a year ago, he was demonized. He was drinking a quart of vodka a day and had a loaded gun in his closet ready to blow his head off. He was so traumatized by, he said, I killed so many people in so many different countries. And, he wouldn't do that again today. But he said how he was just terrorized. And we know what it is. It's the souls. As Mr. Keshe said, if they feel fear or if they feel anger, they can create a distressing situation for the one that pulled the trigger or even made the weapon or even made the bullet. But he was saying how he sort of found some peace through this DMT in other ways. But I was just thinking of, what was supposed to happen in Arizona with these head units, but now it still will happen. And again, all you'll need is materials and a headphone, but many of these troops are living nightmares repeatedly. And this guy confirmed, he said, I just killed so many people. He said I was being demonized. I mean, they were just terrorizing me. He didn't know exactly, but he just said the emotional unbalance was too much. He wrote a book called Operator as well. I think his name was Robert J. O'Neill.
I want to thank Maggie Sullivan for making these cards. She's a teacher, and she was just kind of fed up with all the negativity that students in her elementary classes were subject to. And we all know that learning is fun.
Yeah, I thought you had some interesting captions on those cards. I thought you put them on there where you had the 5 or 6 cards on the table. Respect, bravery. Can't quite read the other one there. Does it say
Truth,
butterfly? No. Can't read that.
honesty,
I mean,
wisdom,
oh yeah, honesty. Okay, I thought it was butterfly. I enlarged the screen a little. Humility, wisdom, and truth. Yeah.
and those are just some of the cards.
Mhm.
So positive messages, and we have the choice. So who decides to do that? And do we have to say, well, the negative messages are because they were created, then they must be good, right? Because the creator created them. Yeah, the creator created them, but he also allowed us to have a choice. So, is that what you want? So, as they say, you have to know when to hold them and you have to know when to fold them.
Well, that was interesting what Mr. Keshe said in the transmutation. If you commit a wrong, there's no return trip for you. Now, I was mentioning that to another knowledge seeker. He says, well, if you're on Earth, you can always go to the airport and get a plane ticket to come back to where you started from. But I guess in space, if there's no return trip, you committed a wrong, Mr. Keshe was saying there you can't get back. I don't
Oh,
know.
yeah, there's always an excuse, right? No, I mean you have to really some people they're just not clear thinking. I mean, if you're playing in a big boys world, let's say like real estate, and you lose at that game, then what does it say about your understanding of life? And then what does it say about your skill at the poker game? In a poker game where you're dealing with liars, cheaters, and thieves, and you win at that game, and then you go into business and you fail, that means there's someone who is more skillful than you at those attributes that you have. So the reason is because you don't have the attributes to repel that. You only have the attributes to absorb that. So, the best sucker is a guy who likes to play the sucker games. And this is how they like to do it. And it's not always someone starting out in business. Well, I have a great idea, I need some money. And then someone who has money, they said, well, I ran out of ideas, and so I ran out of money. Now what do? You don't have any ideas and you don't have any money. That leaves you in a really bad state. So, the privilege that comes from the control, you have to understand that it's not a life is not a competition in terms of privilege. you have a privilege that is given to you as a result of your skill. So you weren't a skillful poker player, you were just a skillful liar. And you got lucky because there's times in the game where you have to depend on the card that falls, right? So that card that fell, you could say, was a good card for him and it made him a good poker player. But it also made him a lucky poker player. But he chose to say that he was a good poker player as opposed to the others who are bad poker players. Oh yes, they are so bad that he beat them. Right? It wasn't that, maybe he had a little bit more luck than they had. Luck didn't play much in it, right? It was a skill. He had a poker skill. Well, go ahead, take your poker skill and go into real estate and see what happens when you meet real people with real stakes and real games. And you see the truth. And it's a very sad situation. And I had that sad situation with a friend of mine, As I said, well, can you help? I know some people who could benefit from cancer processing or Parkinson's processing, and it's fairly expensive, and they don't have the money. And I was wondering maybe you could help. And he said, well, no, I don't have any money to contribute. I just bought a new house. It's $4.5 million.
Randy put a little funny play on words in the chat. I don't know if you saw that, Alex. There is no gambling allowed in the jungle, dash. Too many cheetahs. Cheaters.
I got it. I got it. It's excellent, Randy. Very good. Very good. Yes.
And of course, the Keshe Foundation took a bit of a chance by allowing some people to take millions of dollars, and they were supposed to do something with it, but apparently they got cheated in a way. But now that's coming around full circle, and apparently warrants have been issued, and they'll be brought to pay, not only in this fraud, but in other frauds they participated in. So again, the creator never loses. Would anyone
No, but
else?
they lost something very, very valuable, didn't they?
Yes, their credibility, their trust.
Well, they never had that. What they lost was the benefit of the friendship of the Keshe Foundation.
Yeah. Although, as we heard with Dirk, even though he tried to pull the rug out from Mr. Keshe was more than willing to allow him to annotate or to, draw pictures in the next book. The same with Hawking. Isn't that interesting? Where I guess he was debilitated there in a chair and the rest of it. And even after the theft of the paper and calling it his own, Mr. Keshe had offered to help him. But apparently there was no response. The same with Dirk when he ran into his problem with the COVID. He was too proud to use the cups of life. And I know you said there's a lot going on in those cups, Alex. And I remember Mr. Keshe saying it'll take man hundreds of years to fully understand what's going on in these cups of life. They look simple because he said we designed it that way, but they're not so simple. Anyone would like to raise a point or a question or share something? Of course, I was thinking about this transmutation, Alex. It's not like where you go through a checklist on an airplane where you check the rudder and make sure the tank is full and the tires have all. He said the transmutation would happen in a fraction of a second. So I don't think you have time to sort of measure all these. Do I have enough of this or do I have enough of that? Am I correct here or there? If you don't have it, you don't go, I would imagine. If you do have it, you do go. But it's not like you have to make this checklist. Check the gauges, check the switches, the flaps and the rudder and the tail and all the rest of the things that they go through on a pre-flight test, let's say, and they all do it. I mean, that's just to my understanding. This happens within the fraction of a second if you're ready to go.
Well, exactly. And if you draw a parallel to you going to sleep, do you go
Right.
through that checklist?
Mm-hmm.
Well, some people they
I guess
need
you can. You can ask your
you
soul to
start
take
counting
you.
sheep.
Yeah.
It's a 1, 2, 3, another, and then you start go to sleep. But when you wake up and say, well, how did you go to sleep? Oh, well, I was counting sheep. Yeah, well, what number did you come up to? Oh, I don't know. Well, we need to know, okay, because that would be the definitive answer how to go to sleep. Well, it's 5 sheep deep. Well, someone says, oh, no, 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 I counted to 12. Oh, you have new knowledge. You have a 12 sheep deep knowledge. It just becomes absurd, and it all it becomes is a PowerPoint, a power program, a power thing of control. Here we are, and what are we trying to do? And I'm talking, for myself here. I have exceeded my basic knowledge long ago, and I'm trying to follow the teachings of Mr. Keshe and how it relates to what's going on in this planet. But I have to look at it from my point of view and based on my knowledge. But my knowledge is so limited. So how do I do that? And I basically admit that I have to do it by looking at what I don't know and why I don't know it. And there's no reason to know it, except it comes up. It's a nagging thing. Oh, I don't know why that is. Well, let's try and apply some plasma knowledge, basic plasma knowledge to that and say, oh, well, I was of the notion that this is how it worked. And then you say, well, it doesn't work in all cases. What happens if you flip your knowledge around? Would it work? And you say, oh, yeah, it does work. And it works in all the cases that it worked. But guess what? It also works in other cases where I didn't think it would work. Well, that tells you right off the bat that what you knew wasn't good enough. And what you're learning is better. So, we can turn around and say, oh, this hasn't been proven and that hasn't been proven. Well, our knowledge hasn't been proven either. So, and I had this discussion with a very knowledgeable person recently, and they said, well, it's the proof. We need to have the proof, and that always comes up. And I said, well, but you already have the proof, and the proof is that you were born. So all the things that we discussed want to do what we're discussing, but will that also do what we were born? And it doesn't add up. That's the problem. So that means we have to abandon ship, if you will, and say that we're on the wrong cruise here. We have to get on a different submarine and go a different path. And then once we go down that path, check out what doors do get open. And you say, oh, well, okay, so all of us, when we came to the foundation, did we know what a maglev was? Maybe we knew what a maglev was, but a maglev, what is it? Well, it was a word that was, coined in as part of the plasma science. But what does it mean exactly? And it's taken a long time to figure it out. And now we've arrived at something that really hasn't been talked about very, very much, which is why today's conversation came up. The magnetical balance and everything we've talked about in this series led up to this point. So we were talking about the spheres, the cornerstones, the calendars, the speed of rotation, and the emission. And all of these were part of the magnetical balance. And what is the magnetical balance? The magnetical balance is our vision to the transmutation process. You cannot do it, first of all, if you're not balanced, and you cannot do it if you're not magnetically balanced, because the magnetical is the giver. And if you want to go, well, you better give. That's really what the point is all about. And where will you
Yes.
go? Where the grounding is favorable and conducive to your soul. And it's a point of prejudice because it's a point of prejudice of creation. So if we didn't have that, let's say, for instance, if oil and water didn't mix, we have an oily surface on our cells and we have water contained within it. And if that oil and that water was not exclusive, we would all be bags of mush. And then try and walk around or go to a party and do things.
Just stepping away for 30 seconds. Be right back. I have to shut something off.
And let the cat in. Yeah, so the magnetical balance becomes an important discussion because everybody's seeking gravity, or they want to know the secret of gravity. And that's, kind of important.
Okay.
Because all what I understood about gravity is that gravity seeks density. So that's why a stone would, if you dropped a stone, it would crash to the ground. It wouldn't just puff up into the air. But if you let go a helium balloon, well, it would go up. So there's a difference. And the difference is both the magnetical and the gravitational balance. Since the two of them have to work together, one has to dominate over the other. And once you achieve that domination, then that indicates the direction of the flow. So that's the understanding of the technology. Now, where's the skill set? We're just talking about basic transmutation. That's, that's kindergarten as far as the plasma science is concerned. And it's a shame. It's a shame that after all these years, we're making that reference that we're basically, in terms of knowledge, in kindergarten. Well, we're not really in kindergarten in terms of knowledge because we were born. And you can't be born without the advanced knowledge, can you? Back to you, Mark. Thank you.
Right. And as I mentioned earlier, I think you'd agree about the transmutation of fields into energy for the body. We're all doing that, aren't we? I mean, we're not aware we're doing it, but it's happening on a regular basis. Now we want to become aware, but this whole idea of transmutation, it just doesn't mean moving your physicality or energy to another dimension. You're already doing a transmutation, feeding yourself up to 80%. So we all have the capability of doing it. I would imagine the plants and the animals, well, the plants are probably much more advanced, as we know. They're certainly doing it at far past 80%, I would assume. But we're already all transmuting fields. So there should be no thing like, gee, I wonder what this transmutation is. It's something mysterious. We're all doing it. I just wanted to read at the end of the 31st minute in the 557 workshop. So anything Anything created in the universe, from a stone to a plant to a tree to a man to an animal to another creatures in the universe, always have that line of connection, which is through hydrogen. Then you understand why in all the teachings I speak about humbleness. I speak about giving, what you just said, Alex, being in love with, because then you're not attached to the universal dimension and you're not attached to the physical connection, but you connect yourself because has no attachment, stays independently to the hydrogen, which is a line of connection to the soul of the plasma of the creator, which we all come from or came from. Sorry. Anyone else get triggered to come forward, open your mic? Claudia.
Yes, me. Thank you, Alex. And Mark, this part of you that you read was, I think, so important. I was thinking today about this, and we have every day, every second to change this, I think. To realize that all that you can do, or everything that you want, is already disposal, and only we can see is depending of your amino acids and your strength field. So I think every day you have to change or the possibility to change your strength field and see other things. And I think Mr. Keshe, all the teachings show us these kind of things. And the last teaching he said about the detachment. So I think the detachment is the thing that can open and increase our strength fields and see everything that you want. Is a step that you can do. But in a deep way, the detachment, I was like thinking about in my routine, in my real life, what's this? It's a no desire to eat, it's a no desire to discuss, or no desire to anything. So no desire, no necessity to sleep or to wake up. What's the meaning of this detachment? Is like they put your emotions like beside you and see that you are only light. And this kind of life that you have, it's only illusion, I think. It's my feelings.
He certainly mentioned prejudice and racism a lot, Claudia, in this last one. I don't think you'll be able to go out into space if you're a racist or you're prejudiced. It just won't work. It just won't work. And apparently a lot of us carry that prejudice in a certain way, or racism in many ways, even though we're all the same and we're really from the same location. As he said, we're all in a way the same age as the creator, but we haven't understood that. And where does all this racism and prejudice come from, Alex? Has it been ingrained in us? Is it coming through our RNA? Is it reinforced by the society? Are we being taught this in school? It wouldn't seem openly being taught. Maybe years ago it was. I know you've had a lot of those issues up there and we've had them here too, with the Native American people and others who were sort of treated second or third class. But we're going to have to uninstill this racism and prejudice within our lives, or you're not going anywhere. Because you'll be a foreigner in that land, out in space where no one else is prejudiced and they're not racist, and you're coming along acting or behaving in that manner. You'll probably be sent back to the blue planet, because I don't think that's tolerated in space.
I don't know that you will be sent back. You may just simply be abandoned. And as I say, you may lose your way anyway, because
I don't think you'll even get there. You won't be able to leave and carry that contamination into the universe.
I think you can get there, and not because you're deceiving, but you get there because you're not deceiving. It's just that when you get there, all of a sudden you decide, oh, I am more privileged, or I am the chosen one, or you start to be more equal in your mentality. But as per usual, you've asked about 6 questions within the one question, and the answer is yes to all of them. But the one that I would prefer to answer is the RNA, whether it's ingrained in our RNA, and it is ingrained in our RNA. And the reason for that is because it is part of the learning experience. So if life is for learning,
maybe it's for unlearning at times as well.
Well, not in the example of the poker player, the poor guy, what he has firmly believed is that he is a master poker player, and he's firmly believed that the real estate industry is crooked. So, it's his point of view, which is what's hilarious. Okay, so if I were to go to, let's say, my landlord and put that presentation and say, well, rather than me paying rent, would you like to have a game of poker with me, and then maybe this month you'll win twice as much, or next month I'll win, and then you won't get any rent. Would you be interested in that? And then what do you think they would say? That, they say, well, why do we give up a sure thing? And the sure thing is that we get the rent from you every month. But is it a sure thing? It's still a gamble. People have to understand that business is a gamble. Okay, but they don't see it that way. They just see it, well, I'm in business and I have to make a profit. And once I've created that pattern, then I need to expect that. So it becomes a sure thing. Well, no, it's not a sure thing. And this is where the misconception comes in with the plasma technology. They call the plasma technology disruptive technology, because it will transform that sure thing that they call a business into a gambling thing like poker. And they don't want to do that without realizing that it is a gamble. And the disruptors are they are the disruptors, because for the sake of their assuredness, right? For the sake of their stability, they are limiting the advent of the technology for everyone else. So they are putting themselves in a position of being more equal. And they can do that, I guess, as long as we allow it. And so that becomes the question, when will we change and do that? And so there are many schools of thought, and one of those schools of thought is for the immediate release of all the information. The problem there, of course, is that there are going to be a lot of people unemployed as a result. But it's a transition time, but there's still going to be a lot of unemployment.
Yeah, he said if he releases the technology, immediately the website, if he starts teaching it in the teachings, he said immediately the website will be gone, and then he'll be gone. So it has to be done this right way, and we need a government to come forward and to step forward. And he's, in a way, depending on Iran, to start sharing this technology, or at least a piece of it to start with. But it's got to come from a stronger, in a way, a bigger entity. I know he said, in a way, we didn't need the governments, but at the same time, he's also said we need the governments to bring this out. And apparently, as he said, he's gotten a confirmation from one of the top 5 that they're ready to move. We were just sort of guessing who it could be, but I'm not sure. He didn't say. But there are governments, so if they're ready to move, the other ones are getting ready or are ready to move as well.
Well, here's the catch. Here's the catch. You're in a race. How many winners are there? There's only one winner.
Depends on the game you're playing and the rules of the
Everyone
game.
else is not in first place. There's only one to be first. Only one can be first. No one else can be first. Once the first one declares, everyone else is not first. And so it's confounding to me that all of these who want to jump the queue, get to the front of the line, are reluctant to step forward to the front of the line. So that opportunity, believe it or not, after all of these years, is still on the table. And everyone wants that Holy Grail, and everyone wants that ring, and everyone wants that trophy. And there it is, and they're reluctant to grab it. Well, guess what happens? When the first one grabs it, they're the first, and everybody else will be not the first. So it won't matter at that point. So whoever comes in second or whoever comes in ninth, they will not be
Still
first.
equal to the first. No, this is the equalizing. It's like the BRICS nations, where Mr. Keshe called it a win-win policy, this one belt, one road initiative by the Chinese. Maybe not perfect, but it's more of a win-win both for the nation and for the ones putting it forward. It's not a looting operation as much as what's currently taking place. And you can see the rush of the nations to want to be in that. And not be subject to sanctions if they don't follow orders. So I would call that a win-win. And this is what I always thought about sporting events. We won't have winners and losers, especially if it's by 1 point or 1 touchdown where the other team feels dejected and the other team is elevated and we're better than you. Why not watch for the beauty of the game, the beauty of the plays, the interaction of the player? And then they all hug each other after, and what a great game, and the rest of this, and so I always thought we should have a sporting with a win-win, but of course that would kind of upset the betting cart, wouldn't it?
Well, this is where the intention comes in. So, they say, well, the game was ugly, but our team won. But what you're saying is if the game was beautiful, then everybody would be a winner. Well, here's the point. The quality of the game improves with the beauty. Everything improves with the beauty.
Yes.
And so that beauty doesn't extend, it isn't limited by the players, but it extends to all the players on both teams, and it extends to the fans as well. And
and the fans need it, Alex, because sometimes they get quite tumultuous in these stands.
Well, if you go home and you say, well, how was the game? And they say, oh, the game was lousy, but we won. Well, you don't seem very happy. Yeah, well, I had to pay top dollar to watch a game that wasn't even of the quality that we have in our pickup game on the weekend. And I'm an amateur, you know. And so it came down to it, I I I actually am bragging now. I must admit that I was trying to instill that when I was coaching minor soccer, and I had a group of 12-year-olds, and our goal was to go to the championship, and we got there. And we cleaned up all the way to get there, and the year before we were in last place, and I took them to first place, and we got to the championship, and everything was great. And then when we got there, we got our clocks cleaned by a team that was more skillful. And at the end of the game, there was a funny thing. We were taking team pictures, and someone said, "Oh yeah, so you guys won?" And then we said, "No, we lost." And you lost? I said, who won? And we pointed to the other team, and he said, "Well, they look like they lost. Your team looks like they won." Well, yeah, because we had a lot of fun. And then the players told me years later, when I see them, "Oh, that was one of the best experiences we had. Do you remember the
Nice.
score?" "Oh, I think we lost." But it didn't matter because we were playing with a different kind of intention. So if we played poorly, it wouldn't have made us happy. We played well, and the other team played better, and we were part of the process, and that was our intention. And if our skill level would have been better, we would have won. And would that have supplanted the joy that we had? No, it would have just added to it. And that's what we want to do. We want to add to the benefit of humanity. Humanity has all sorts of benefits. But, there are a few who are put in proper positions to stifle it. And unfortunately for them, they don't understand the rules of the game. And the rules of the game are that unless they get to the top, they will never be the top. They will be not the top. That's the rule of the game. Only one can be first, only one can be top. Everyone else is not the first and not the top. So don't think that, "Oh, well, I'm better now, so I must be the good guy, and you're doing poorly, you must be the bad guy." And that becomes the criteria. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Because unfortunately for that poker player, had he lost the game, he wouldn't have had the money to go into real estate and embarrass himself in that game. And in the process of winning the poker game, he thought that he was a good player as opposed to being a good liar. And he was a good liar, and he lied to himself that he was a good real estate man. And then he got into the real estate business, and he didn't learn the lesson that he was incompetent. So where's the skill set? He just, assumed that the money was the only skill set that he needed. And then that should have taught him a lesson. And no, it didn't teach him a lesson. He said, "Oh, I'm going to go back to my other skill set of being a really good liar." And guess what? He didn't win the grand prize. He got some money, because he was playing. But other than that, because there were consolation prizes, but he didn't win back. And the sad part about it, he was sad that he didn't win the poker prize, the top poker prize. So he was totally oblivious to the fact that he didn't learn anything in life's lessons from those 3 different experiences.
How many times has Mr. Keshe said ignorance is bliss?
Yeah, so now what is he going to do? And then he comes to another point. And the other point is, for instance, we all know that there's a popular hamburger franchise. And so let's say now you have the opportunity to open up a new hamburger franchise. What is the point of doing that? Oh, well, that is the point because it's a successful business. I'm going to go into that business and I'm going to be a success as a result of being in that business because the business model is successful and I want to be successful. So I'm going to be successful because of that business model. Well, what about your skill set? Well, my skill set is being supplemented by the business model, so I don't need that much skill. Okay, well, that's fine. And what do you get at the end of it? You get another hamburger franchise. And that's what we need. Isn't that what the world needs? Write a list of all the things that you need. would another hamburger franchise be at the top of that list? I guarantee you wouldn't even make the list. You'd need many pieces of paper just to get it on a list. There are a lot of things that we need in life. And when you're in outer space and you decide to be more equal, you will find that you'll be very lonely because the others will abandon you because they don't play poker. They can see your true intention. And then the second thing is when you don't realize that you don't have the skill set and you could be lost in space very, very easily. And what would really be a massive tragedy is if you were lost in outer space, because then you would have to go down to the energy level of a stone soul or even smaller. Thank you all for allowing me to present these classes. I hope you enjoy them, and I do really appreciate you attending, and I hope you can take it and use that information wisely for others who are desperately seeking answers. So thank you all. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, thank you, Alex, and thank each and every one of the ones that are here today. Does anyone else want to make any comments, suggestions, thoughts, or exceptions to what we discussed today? Feel free. Again, no one's wrong and no one's 100% right. I thought I'd close with the Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. Let me take the screen. And of course, the one of the ways to do that, obviously, is to support the Keshe Foundation store. Sorry, I pressed the wrong button here. Okay. And this is the way we can keep the Keshe Foundation free by, whoops, what happened there? Am I sharing the screen? I don't know what happened.
You got it, Mark.
Okay, because all of a sudden this thing became very large with all the names, took over this other screen. But anyway, this is the way we can keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, or suggest it to others if they're in some sort of dilemma with migraines or with other conditions. You can refer them to the Keshe Foundation, refer them to the doctors, and see if they can help process the condition. So this is the way we're keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, and you're all invited to obviously participate in that. And as we know, may you be proud of the work you do, may you be proud of the person you are, and may you be proud of the difference you're making. And sometimes we don't always see all these differences. And again, keeping the three wise men close to you, I think it provides emotional balancing, health balancing in your physicality, that your blood pressure doesn't go up, you don't get too angry, and you're actually, if you do apply the three wise men, you're actually in the process of elevating other souls rather than taking away from them. And that's part of the mission of the Keshe Foundation. We don't take from souls, we add to souls. And this is the way of the elevation of the soul, and then they can show their beauty. So the three wise men are a very important aspect. And of course, I missed that up until a few years ago. Being a Christian and thinking I understood what the three wise men represented, but now we're understanding this is the work of Mitra and the rest is, and we can all apply that. It's not as easily done as said, but you can work through it yourself in so many ways. So thank you all. We want to just thank you all for being here, attending, and continuing this process. Just let me move this out of the way again. So what I'd like to do again, we have the transmutation test, we have the Iran conference coming up. There's many things. Long term, we have the research centers, and maybe that's where we'll see some of these devices like these small cylinders, I think he said, and other things that people can research in the future. Many opportunities, and it seems like the processing is speeding up and getting even better results than before with this newer system. And it's not, I don't think we've seen everything opened up completely yet. As once the governments come online, then we're going to see some of the most fantastic things People will, as I said earlier, people will be flabbergasted totally that this is even a possibility of transmuting elements, of transmuting yourself, of feeding yourself without eating. Again, when I tell that to people, they just look at me and they cock their head. I said, try to figure that one out. How can you feed yourself without eating? But anyway, we can have a lot of fun with this knowledge, and it's all about serving the others. So I'm going to play the Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. Final disclaimer, the meeting will come to an end. Anyone else want to make any announcements? Claudia, I think this Saturday you have the Q&A with the, isn't
Marie,
it the first?
yes.
Yes, with Marie, the first Saturday of every month. And you can find that. She'll always put this in Telegram. You can link up on the channels and join and support that meeting as well. Again, we're all carrying a very small piece of the very large carpet. So thank you all. Thank you, Alex. And we will see you in the next meeting, or maybe next week, or wherever you decide to be part of the Keshe Foundation. But I don't think there's a better place to be. Personally, I can't find anything better to do at this point than to be in and around the Keshe Foundation. So thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day, and we'll close here. Any other thoughts or comments? As I said, have an amazing rest of your
Keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. You are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you could consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create the condition? Would you like to change the screen, please, Greg? Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby the way we did with a tooth from thousands of kilometers away without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials is done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new dimension.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.